Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight's story, the Grey Knights meet the most powerful prince of the Chaos God Tzeentch. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment on videos and topics in the future. Be sure to subscribe, Flipper. I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Corion 9 turned beneath them like the corpse of something too vast to bury. The world filled the observation vault's armoured oculus, a sphere of black stone and bruised cloud, where no city lights should have burned and no engine should have laboured. Yet the nightward hemisphere pulsed with vermilion scars broad enough to be seen from high anchor. Auspex stations across the Ordo Malleus battle group repeated their interrogations, rejected their own conclusions, cleansed their memory stacks, and began again. Each cycle returned worse. Heat bloomed beneath mountain ranges that imperial charts declared geologically dead. Mass signatures moved across plains where no sanctioned population had existed for centuries. Storm systems wheeled around invisible points in exact spirals, each arm separated from the next, with an accuracy no natural atmosphere could sustain. Below those clouds, whole stretches of terrain appeared to crawl. The machine spirits refused the readings first, then the mortal adepts did. Neither refusal altered the data. Corion 9 was alive in the manner of a wound left open too long, infected, swollen, and nourishing things that should never have possessed flesh. The command sanctum aboard the strike cruiser was windowless, because those who commanded the assault had no need to look upon the world with naked eyes. Hololithic runes burned above a black tactical altar, painting the dead planet in layers of hostile light. Grandmaster Mandulis stood at the central projection in silver plate unhelmed, his features lean and hard beneath the cold radiance. Grandmaster Ganelon occupied the western station, broad-shouldered even by the standards of the Adeptus Astartes, his gauntlets resting upon the edge of the altar without impatience. Malchiant stood opposite, still as a funerary effigy, studying the orbit-to-surface trajectories, while lesser officers remained silent around them. 3 Grand Masters, 3 complete brotherhoods, 300 Grey Knights brought to a world without a lawful population. That fact alone was indictment enough. Mandulis said, "Exterminatus remains denied." An Ordo Malleus savant inclined his shaven head. "Until banishment is confirmed, my lord. Destruction of the physical site may conceal failure. The entity may withdraw, disperse, or persist through an unrecognized medium." Ganelon's mouth tightened. "So we descend to prove what orbital fire cannot." "We descend," Mandulis replied, "because certainty has a price." No one objected to the price. That, more than the armor or gene-wrought strength, separated the Grey Knights from almost every other force in the Imperium. They had not come to save Corion 9. There was nothing here worth saving. They had not come to reclaim it, pacify it, or plant the Aquila upon its ruins. They had come to answer a single question with blood. Was Ghargatuloth, the Prince of 1,000 Faces, truly embodied upon this world, and could he be forced from it? The Ordo Malleus would burn Corion 9 afterward without hesitation, but only after the question had been settled by men standing close enough to hear the demons scream. Malquiant enlarged the central hemisphere. 3 clusters of barrows showed beneath the false colour imaging, ancient tumuli arranged across the landscape in patterns too complex for the eye to comprehend as a whole. "Western concentration," he said. "Southern labyrinth. Central nexus beneath the primary storm." Mandulis nodded. "One brotherhood to each. We strike apart, converge beneath the surface, and deny the enemy a single target mass." Ganelon looked at him. "Tzeentch will anticipate the division." "Tzeentch anticipates everything," Mandulis said. "That does not absolve us from choosing." The first attack came before the arming bells sounded. A servitor attached to the Strategium's cipher engine raised its head. It had no eyes, only brass sockets packed with augmetic plugs, and its jaw had been replaced by a speaker grill darkened with devotional oil. When it spoke, every grey knight in the chamber turned toward it. "Gate Enoch," it intoned. "Subvault Helicon," clearance phrase, "silver upon ash, crown beneath the moon." The Ordo Malleus savant went white. Ganelon's hand moved toward his sidearm. The servitor continued, reciting access formulae from Titan that no creature outside the chapter's most sealed circles could have possessed. A nearby tactical slate flickered. The planetary image vanished. In its place appeared a single line in Mandulis's own command cipher. "Ganelon will turn his blade upon you before the 3rd hour." The letters appeared, disappeared, then returned as names. Not titles. Names. Mortal names. Childhood names. Names expunged when boys had ceased to be boys and entered the process that would make them Grey Knights. Mandulis did not read his twice. "Purge the systems," he said. Ganelon's bolt pistol cracked once. The servitor's skull burst against the rear bulkhead in a fan of blood, oil, and fragments of cranial plating. Malkiant drove one gauntleted fist through the infected tactical slate, shattering its casing and the cogitator beneath. Across the chamber, Grey Knights and Ordo Malleus adepts destroyed displays, memory cores, and vox relays as soon as anomalous text appeared upon them. A machine priest began protesting that one logic engine contained irreplaceable campaign archives. Mandulis looked at him. "Then those archives are lost." The priest hesitated only long enough to reveal fear. Ganelon drew his stormbolter and fired through the engine's central stack. Explosive bolts turned sacred machinery into burning scrap. "Knowledge is compromised," Ganelon said. "Treat it as hostile." The command sanctum filled with smoke, the stink of propellant and scorched circuitry, and the wet metallic scent of the dead servitor. Mandulis regarded the ruined equipment without regret. Ghargatuloth had announced himself, not through claws, not through sorcery made visible, but through secrets. The demon had reached into places guarded more carefully than worlds, and brought back names the Imperium had buried. The arming vaults opened immediately afterward. Hundreds of warriors stood beneath descending racks and servo limbs, while armourers and battle servitors moved among them in ritual silence. Silver plate closed over black carapace interfaces and scarred flesh. Warding script disappeared beneath overlapping ceramite, then reappeared upon the armour's surface in prayers cut deeper than decoration. Aegis circuitry awakened with a sensation every Grey Knight felt inside his teeth and behind his eyes. The psychoactive lattice-binding warrior, armour and will into a single bulwark against the immaterium. Stormbolters were locked beneath gauntlets and fed with sanctified magazines whose shells bore minute inscriptions. Nemesis halberds were lifted from reliquary racks and tested not merely for balance, but for the answering pressure they gave when a battle brother poured a fraction of his mind into the weapon. Swords hummed. Hammers seemed to grow heavier in the presence of hostile warp resonance. Justicar Kemuel paced his purgation elements, overseeing Psycannon feed assemblies and the sacred fuel vessels of incinerators. "No expenditure without purpose," he told them. "Against the Empyrean, waste is invitation." Brother Captain Martell armed among the Terminators. Their plate was heavier, their movements slower only to the inattentive eye, their silhouettes those of walking shrines forged for murder. He inspected ward seals by touch, correcting one serf with a glance sharp enough to freeze the man's hands. Justinian gathered his strike brethren near the teleportation marker lines, checking stormbolter locks and blade bindings while the deck beneath them vibrated with the strike cruiser's engines. Mandulis entered last. An armor servitor presented his nemesis sword upon both metal hands, its blade curved in a jagged, lightning-like profile, ancient and severe, the weapon's surface engraved with words that belonged to no battlefield prayer spoken casually. Mandulis closed his hand around the grip and felt the blade recognize him through psychic contact. For an instant, the steel seemed to contain distant thunder. Martel bowed his head. The Brotherhood stands ready. Mandulis looked across ranks of silver-armored killers who had been created for a species of war most Imperial citizens would never know existed. Then we descend. The assault order passed through encrypted channels one final time before conventional command systems were reduced to their minimum necessary functions. Ganelon would take the western barrows, drive through the sacrificial terraces, and sever whatever ritual infrastructure lay beneath. Malkiant would strike the southern labyrinth, where augurs suggested the greatest concentration of hostile movement. Mandulis would descend through the central storm toward the barrows surrounding the suspected locus of Ghargatuloth's manifestation. The distances between them would measure hundreds of kilometers, but Psychic Brotherhood would provide what Vox could not if the enemy corrupted the ether. Each force was strong enough to kill armies that would have annihilated conventional Astartes companies. Together, they represented a concentration of demon-killing power so rare that even the Ordo Malleus had hesitated before authorizing its expenditure. Mandulis understood the elegance of the deployment. 3 blades striking one heart from 3 directions. He understood something else as well. Elegant plans were exactly the kind Tzeentch enjoyed breaking. Thunderhawks and assault craft fell toward Corian 9 beneath a sky that had forgotten the laws of weather. The upper atmosphere was the color of a fresh bruise. Lightning rose from the clouds instead of descending into them, great branching spears of violet radiance clawing upward toward orbit. The first bolts struck void-shielded hulls and left crawling patterns of light across armor engraved with hexagrammic wards. Pilots fought controls that suddenly inverted their own responses. Altimeters claimed the craft were climbing, while ground proximity alarms screamed that impact was seconds away. Then the demons came. Screamers flashed between cloud banks like blades thrown by invisible hands, flat bodies twisting around impossible angles before striking wings and engine housings. Other things followed them, winged shapes too malformed to possess stable names, their bodies burning with blue flame. Warp fire washed across the leading Thunderhawk. The Aegis wards etched into its hull ignited white, then bled sparks into the troop bay as the craft bucked hard enough to throw a lesser man from his feet. "Maintain descent," Martel ordered over the internal Vox. The pilot answered through clenched teeth. "Starboard engine is gone. Maintain descent." Another impact tore through the rear quarter. Warning runes multiplied across the troop compartment. A grey knight watched them without concern, one gauntlet resting upon the haft of his halberd. Outside, screamers struck the aircraft in packs, carving grooves through armor that had survived naval point defense fire. A second Thunderhawk vanished inside a bloom of turquoise flame and emerged burning from nose to tail, one wing sheared halfway through. It continued downward. Returning to orbit would break the landing pattern and expose the following craft. Its pilot knew this. So did every knight within it. The crippled machine reached the lower cloud layer before the damaged wing tore free. "Prepare for forced disembarkation," came the calm order. Hatches blew outward. Silver figures hurled themselves into the storm. Seconds later, the Thunderhawk struck a ridge of black rock and came apart across 1/2 kilometre, engines tumbling end over end through the dust, while burning wreckage ploughed trenches into the dead world. Mandulis hit the ground hard enough to fracture the stone beneath his boots. His brotherhood landed around him in disciplined spread, armour locking for impact and releasing almost instantly. The first cultists were already running toward them. They came in thousands from trenches cut into the valley sides, emaciated men wrapped in filth and strips of skin, their bodies altered by long communion with powers that had no regard for human form. Mouths opened in their palms. Teeth grew along ribs visible through parchment-thin flesh. One man possessed no eyes and 7 tongues. Another had been split vertically from sternum to pelvis and somehow remained alive, the exposed interior of his torso covered in whispering lips. Contact front, Justinian voxed. The Brotherhood fired. Storm bolters hammered the valley into ruin. Mass reactive shells struck flesh, penetrated, then detonated. Men burst apart from within. Chests opened in red explosions. Arms spun away trailing blood. Skulls vanished into clouds of bone splinters and grey matter. The first ranks died so violently that those behind them were struck by fragments of their own companions. Yet the horde did not slow. Psi cannons began firing from Kemuel's position. Their sanctified rounds tore through warp things descending behind the cultists, and pink horrors ruptured beneath the barrage in sprays of unnatural ichor and screaming colour. Smaller demonic forms clawed themselves from the remains, splitting from the death of their larger shapes, only to be met by a second firing line. Secondary manifestations, Kemuel reported. Observed. Mandulis advanced into the gun smoke. A cultist reached him with both hands raised. The lightning blade moved once. The man became 2 collapsing pieces before his hands could close. The fighting spread across the landing zone with mechanical brutality. Grey Knights moved in mutually supporting files, each warrior covering the next. Storm bolter fire beginning where another magazine ran empty. Nemesis halberds punched through warp flesh and burned wounds that did not bleed so much as unravel. Demons struck back with claws that scored ceramite and sorcery that turned stone molten, but the aegis held around the Brotherhood like invisible armour laid over armour. Justinian strike brethren cleared a trench complex by firing down its length until there was nothing left inside but dismembered bodies and smoking mud. Kemuel's incinerators washed white flame across a knot of mutants trying to climb from a ritual pit. Their skin blackened, burst and slid from muscle before the flame consumed that too. Nothing about the Grey Knight's advance resembled rage. They did not roar. They did not celebrate kills. They reduced resistance. Mandulis found the crawling cultist near the lip of a crater. Both legs ended above the knees. Bone projected through shredded meat where explosive rounds had taken them. The man dragged himself forward by his elbows, leaving coils of intestine and a wet stripe of blood across the black earth. "Mercy," he gasped. Mandulis stopped. The cultist lifted his face. "Mercy, Lord. Emperor, preserve me." Then his jaw opened farther than anatomy permitted. A dozen voices emerged together. "Mandulis, vault-born blade, keeper of the 7th seal beneath the..." Mandulis fired once. The storm bolter shell entered through the cultist's mouth and blew the rear half of his skull across the crater wall. "Incinerate him," the Grand Master said. A Grey Knight stepped forward and covered the corpse in cleansing flame. Mandulis looked at the blood soaking into channels cut beneath the dust. "Burn the crater." "My lord?" The The blood is entering a pattern. Burn it to the stone. There was no anger in the order, no disgust. The crater became a furnace because contamination had been identified, and therefore contamination would cease. Reports arrived as the Brotherhood pushed beyond the landing field. Ganelon's western spearhead had taken its first objective and was advancing into the Barrow Terraces. Malkiant had annihilated a demonic concentration before it could fully manifest, destroying thousands of cultists around the southern approaches. Above, the battle group's surviving augurs reported hostile concentrations thinning around all three axes. For several minutes, the war assumed a shape the human mind could understand. 300 Grey Knights carved into a world possessed by chaos and made that possession bleed. Silver formations advanced through trenches packed with dead. Psycannon fire strobed against the horizon. Thunderhawks circled beneath impossible storms and fired into swarms of airborne demons. Brotherhoods that would have been legends anywhere else operated here as components of a single weapon. Corion 9 had built armies to receive them. The Grey Knights killed those armies faster than the world could feed them forward. Then every Vox channel opened at once. Mandulis heard his own voice issue the first order. All Brotherhoods, alter route, fragment into squad elements, proceed independently towards secondary coordinates. Authentication, Mandulis Theta Argent. The code was perfect. The cadence was perfect. Even the minute delay in his helmet's command ident matched his own authorization routines. Across the valley, squads began turning. Ganelon's acknowledgement sounded over the channel. Malkiant's followed. Mandulis felt cold certainty enter him. "Disregard," he said. His voice was immediately duplicated by the other voice. "Disregard false countermand. Continue separation." Martel turned toward him. "Grand Master." Mandulis ripped the Vox lead from his gorget. "Kill conventional traffic. Psychic confirmation only. Now." Grey Knights obeyed, but not all were near enough to receive the correction before dust storms rose from the ground without wind. Entire squads disappeared behind walls of black particulate matter that had not existed a heartbeat earlier. Mandulis reached outward with his mind and found resistance like 1,000 wet tongues pressed against a sealed door. Somewhere beneath the surface, something laughed. The sound did not travel through air. It came through the ground itself. Mouths opened beneath the dust, thousands of them, buried in the black soil between the Grey Knight's boots, each one laughing in Mandulis's voice, Ganelon's voice, Malkiant's voice, the voices of dead serfs and forgotten children, and men whose names no longer existed. The Grand Master raised his lightning-shaped sword as the first psychic confirmations finally answered from the other spearheads. Several squads did not answer at all. Less than an hour had passed since the first Grey Knight touched Corion 9, and already Ghargatuloth had found his way into the language by which they commanded war. Mandulis did not wait for the dust to settle before changing the manner in which three brotherhoods made war. The false orders had already cost him contact with several squads, and that was enough. Conventional Vox discipline, encryption hierarchies, authentication seals and command ciphers had become liabilities the moment Ghargatuloth proved capable of reproducing them. Information stored could be stolen. Information transmitted could be imitated. Information remembered might already have been touched. The Grand Master stood amid the smouldering remains of the landing field, while black grit hissed against his silver armor, and established a new law through the psychic bond joining the surviving knights. No order affecting movement, fire control, or objective priority would be obeyed from Vox alone. Every command would be accompanied by a psychic identification, a fragment of deliberately wordless recognition passed directly from mind to mind, followed by a ritual countersign altered at intervals and never committed to cogitate a memory. Squad leaders would confirm receipt through the same bond before acting. Any warrior, justicar, brother captain or grand master who issued orders without that confirmation would be regarded as compromised until proven otherwise. There was no exception for rank. Mandulis impressed the doctrine into the Brotherhood with the force of a struck seal. "Knowledge is contested ground," he said, his voice passing through the remaining short-range channels only after the psychic identification had been accepted. "Treat every unverified datum as the speech of the enemy." Martel answered first. "By your will." Kemuel followed. Justinian followed. Far to the west and south, Ganelon and Malquion returned their acknowledgements through the Empyrean, each psychic touch unmistakably his own. The change slowed everything. It also denied the Prince of 1,000 Faces the simplest road into their command. Ganelon's Brotherhood advanced west beneath a sky the colour of old bruises and entered a landscape built entirely from sacrifice. Iron frameworks rose from the plain in ranks extending farther than the enhanced eyes of an Astartes could follow, each structure shaped like a tree stripped of branches and fitted instead with hooks, chains, and brass mechanisms. Human bodies hung from them by the tens of thousands. Some were mummified remnants whose skin had drawn tight around bone centuries before. Others were recent enough that blood still dripped from their heels. Others moved. Their hands opened and closed without purpose. Their heads rolled weakly against iron collars. Wires entered their spines through brass needles and vanished into mechanisms bolted behind the frames. Whenever a captive convulsed, gears turned, hammers struck bells. Across the plain, tens of thousands of separate chimes formed a single rhythm so vast that the sound ceased to resemble music and became pressure inside the skull. Ganelon halted only long enough to understand its function. "Neural impulse drives the bells," one of his justicars reported after examining the nearest structure. "Pain sustains the cadence." Ganelon looked toward the horizon, where another 1,000 bodies jerked and another 1,000 bells answered. Then silence it. He did not ask whether any could be saved. Incinerators moved to the fore. White fire rolled across the nearest ranks of iron trees, enveloping the living and dead alike. Bodies blackened before screams could properly form. Skin shrank, split, and burned away from muscle. Fat liquefied and ran in flaming ropes down iron supports before catching fire in the dust. Those victims whose bindings failed fell as burning shapes and were destroyed by storm bolter bursts before they could crawl. Ganelon's grey knights advanced behind the cleansing flame at an unhurried march. Psy-cannon fire shattered the brass mechanisms from range, while Nemesis blades severed cables running beneath the ground. The bells died by sections. One field became silent, then another, then another. No warrior wasted ammunition trying to determine who remained human and who had already become something else. The landscape itself was the weapon. Therefore, the landscape would be erased. Behind the Brotherhood, kilometers of sacrificial architecture burned beneath a greasy pall of smoke through which the wind carried the smell of charred flesh. Far to the south, Malquiant encountered an enemy that had learned formation. The first ranks of horrors emerged through rents in the air as compact masses rather than shrieking mobs, their bodies luminous against the black earth. clawed limbs moving with an obscene imitation of military cadence. Flamers drifted above them in loose tiers, their warped bodies bending around currents that did not exist, while screamers circled higher still before folding their wings and diving like living blades. Malkiant observed the approach from behind a broken ridge. "Rangers," his Justicar answered. "Primary mass, 800 paces and closing. Airborne elements entering effective bolter envelope." Malkiant gave no heroic command to charge. He ordered geometry. First rank kneel, second rank standing. Purgation elements retain fire. Mark lanes by squad. Do not chase individual manifestations. The Brotherhood shifted as one body. Stormbolters rose. Psychic recognition passed down the line. Then the first firing lane opened. Mass reactive shells struck the demonic ranks in disciplined streams. The Grey Knights did not sweep fire randomly across the horde. Each squad owned a narrow section of ground and destroyed everything entering it. Pink horrors burst apart under the impacts, bodies splitting into sprays of incandescent matter before smaller blue shapes clawed their way from what remained. Those secondary manifestations advanced directly into the next measured volley. Screamers descended through the gun smoke and met intersecting fields of stormbolter fire that tore chunks from their flattened bodies. One survived long enough to strike the formation, its edge carved across a Grey Knight's pauldron, throwing sparks and silver fragments, then continued into a pack of cultists advancing behind the demons. 3 human bodies came apart at the waist. The screamer rose carrying half a torso caught between its teeth, intestines whipping behind it like banners, before a Psycannon round punched through its central mass and reduced it to a spinning knot of dissolving warp matter. Only then did Malquiant order the purgation squads to fire. Psycannons hammered the dense concentrations where ordinary bolter discipline would have required too much ammunition. Incinerators opened when the enemy closed to the prescribed distance. Warp fire met sanctified flame, blue and white washing together until the air itself seemed to scream. Mandulis discovered the deeper design in the central theatre. Cultists continued throwing themselves into the Brotherhood's advance, but their deaths no longer appeared tactically rational. They came without cover, without coordination, some barely armed at all. Stormbolter fire massacred them by the 100. Then Mandulis saw the ground answering. Every pool of blood filled shallow grooves cut beneath the dust. The channels converged into angular symbols. Those symbols began to shine. Not brightly. Not enough that a mortal commander watching through smoke might have noticed. But the Grey Knights felt the awakening beneath their feet as a pressure against the Aegis. Mandulis raised one fist. "Cease indiscriminate bolter fire." The command passed psychically, then verbally. Several warriors immediately changed targets. Justinian reached the Grand Master through the smoke. "They are feeding the ground." "Yes." Mandulis watched another dying cultist spill blood across a half-completed rune. Violet light crawled through the channel. "They were never intended to defeat us." A second wave came screaming from the trenches. Mandulis pointed toward the rear ranks. "Incinerators forward. Burn them before blood touches stone. Psycannons on the conductors beneath the earth." The adjustment cost lives almost at once. Incinerators required the enemy closer. Cultists, who would previously have died 50 paces from the line, now reached 20, then 10. Behind them came demons using human bodies as moving cover. A mutated giant crashed into the left flank and buried a hooked cleaver in the gorget of a Grey Knight before 3 Nemesis halberds entered its torso. The knight fell with his helm hanging by torn cabling and a section of his throat missing. Another disappeared beneath a wave of cultists, long enough for claws to find the joints beneath his breastplate. His brothers killed the attackers over him, recovered his halberd and stormbolter magazines, and continued. Mandulis saw both deaths and did not reverse the order. Every Grey Knight lost was a catastrophe measured against the rarity of the chapter. It remained preferable to completing Ghargatuloth's ritual in enemy blood. Kemuel anchored the revised advance from the spine of a shattered barrow overlooking the main trench system. His purgation squad occupied the ridge in a disciplined crescent, while demons poured through the gullies below. Psy-Cannon 1, left conductor, 3-round correction. Psy-Cannon 2, elevated manifestation behind the 4th trench. Incinerators hold. His voice remained level while the battlefield tore itself apart around him. The first Psy-Cannon shattered a buried ritual node. Black stone erupted upward with fragments of brass and human bone. The second weapon hammered a flamer from the air, sanctified shells punching through its shifting body until it burst into blue fire. Advance 2 paces, incinerators mark. White flame descended into a trench-packed shoulder-to-shoulder with cultists. Men ignited faster than they could move. Fabric fused to skin. Eyes burst from heat. Bodies toppled against one another until the trench became a channel of burning meat through which liquefied fat ran beside the blood. The fire reached the carved grooves and cauterized them black. Kemuel watched the effect through his helm lenses. Confirmed. Heat denatures the conductive medium. Continue. Demons climbed over the burning dead. Kemuel did not alter his tone. Psy-Cannon 3. Center mass. Sustained. The weapon roared. A towering horror came apart in pieces that changed color as they fell. Smaller forms emerged from the fragments. Secondary manifestations. Bolters. His brothers destroyed them. A cult sorcerer appeared on the far side of the trench, both arms raised, flesh covered in eyes that blinked independently. He began a phrase in a language none of the Grey Knights had learned, yet all of them understood. Kemuel pointed. A Psy-Cannon shell struck the sorcerer's chest. The torso vanished from sternum to pelvis, leaving head and limbs tumbling separately into the trench. Next conductor. There was no triumph in him. Around Kemuel, the world had become a lunatic sacrificial furnace of screaming warp entities, exploded bodies and burning stone. Yet his mind remained a targeting engine disciplined by faith. Ghargatuloth changed methods again. Malkiant's forward elements reported silver-armoured figures advancing through the southern smoke. Their heraldic panels carried markings associated with Ganelon's brotherhood. The newcomers moved with the correct spacing, carried nemesis weapons, and answered an initial challenge in perfect vox cant. Malkiant's Justicar prepared to open the line. Then the Aegis wards around the nearest Grey Knights reacted. Hexagrammic inscriptions flared. Psychic revulsion struck the formation like a cold blade. "Weapons free," Malquiant commanded. The supposed brothers smiled. Silver armor split along seams that had not existed. Beneath it was not flesh, but packed mouths, blue flame and yellow eyes. Helmets opened vertically as demonic heads forced their way through counterfeit ceramite. One false Grey Knight unfolded into something twice its original height, its halberd becoming a hooked limb tipped with teeth. The real knights fired before the transformation completed. Bolter shells detonated inside false breastplates. Psy-Cannon rounds stripped away the imitation silver and revealed warp matter beneath. Nemesis weapons finished those that reached the line, Minutes later, another group emerged through the smoke, and this time, auto-senses painted them crimson with threat runes. Malkiant's warriors raised their weapons. Psychic recognition struck first. Real brothers. The helmets were lying. Natural sight, Malkiant ordered. Auto-sense threat designation severed from firing authorization. Confirm all Astartes contacts through Aegis resonance and psychic identity. The decision surrendered targeting advantages that Space Marines had relied upon for millennia. Malkiant preferred diminished sight to perfect deception. The dead accumulated. Apothecaries moved where the fighting allowed, extracting progenoid material from bodies that could be reached, sealing gene seed into armored receptacles while shells burst around them. Often, there was nothing to recover. Warp fire reduced some Grey Knights to blackened shells fused internally with their armor. Demons dragged others beneath the ground before supporting squads could reclaim them. Sacred war gear received priority where recovery was possible. Stormbolter magazines were stripped from dead gauntlets. Nemesis weapons passed immediately into living hands. Armor plates bearing intact wards were removed from ruined suits when time permitted. Grief had no tactical allocation. By the time the 3 spearheads reached the outer barrows, 17 Grey Knights were dead or no longer combat effective. 283 remained capable of continuing the mission. No bell marked their deaths. No prayer interrupted the advance. Their brothers remembered them by using what they had left behind. Ganelon reached the western barrow gate first. From outside, the entrance descended into the ground beneath a mound barely 100 meters high. Inside, his auspex claimed the passage continued for distances that would have carried it through the planetary mantle and out the opposite hemisphere. Ganelon halted at the threshold while his warriors trained weapons upon the darkness. "False return," a brother said, "or false geometry." Ganelon stepped inside. Gravity shifted after the 7th pace. His next footfall sounded behind him before his boot touched stone. The walls were carved with reliefs worn smooth by impossible age. Silver warriors fought beneath skies filled with mouths. Cities burned. A black pillar rose above a plain carpeted in armored dead. Ganelon stopped before one image showing 3 crowned figures surrounded by corpses. One bore a lightning-shaped sword. Another had Ganelon's own heraldry cut into its chest. A Grey Knight beside him stared half a second too long. "Do not study it," Ganelon said. "Destroy the wall." Stormbolters fired into the prophecy. Stone faces, future corpses, and the black pillar vanished beneath explosive impacts until only a cratered surface remained. Ganelon continued downward. "The demon seeks purchase through attention. We grant it none." Similar discoveries reached Mandulis and Malquiant through the psychic network. The barrows were not tombs in any meaningful human sense. They were conduits. The surface armies, the sacrificial fields, the cult hordes and demonic concentrations were defensive tissue surrounding machinery buried beneath Corion 9. Remaining above would condemn the Grey Knights to an endless battle against manifestations generated faster than they could be destroyed. Mandulis understood the trap completely before he ordered them into it. Martel stood beside him at the mouth of the central descent. "It wants us below." Mandulis looked into darkness that seemed to extend beyond the dimensions permitted to a planet. "Yes." "Then the road is prepared." "The road reaches the enemy." Mandulis lifted his sword. "That is sufficient." All 3 spearheads entered the barrows. The last rearguard squads had barely crossed their thresholds when Corion 9 closed its jaws. There was no tremor, no warning from Auspex, no gradual collapse. Kilometers of black stone simply folded inward. Ridges sank. Plains cracked and dropped into darkness. The mouths of the barrows disappeared beneath avalanches large enough to bury hive districts. In orbit, every surviving ground contact vanished from the tactical displays at the same instant. The Ordo Malleus battle group interrogated the surface and received nothing. No transponder, no vox, no psychic beacon that its sanctioned choirs could isolate. To the ships above, 283 Grey Knights had ceased to exist. Deep below the ruined surface, Mandulis heard breathing inside his helmet. It was not his own. Then his vox grill whispered in a voice too intimate to have travelled through any external speaker. 3 armies entered Mandulis. None will leave. The Grand Master seized the grill with one hand and tore the entire assembly from his helm. Wires snapped. Sparks ran across his gauntlet. He dropped the ruined mechanism onto the stones and crushed it beneath his boot. Around him, his brothers descended in silence while their psychic confirmations passed from mind to mind, like blades exchanged in darkness. Somewhere ahead, beyond corridors that could not fit inside the world containing them, Ghargatuloth was waiting. The dark beneath Corion 9 did not behave like darkness. It consumed rather than concealed. Lumen beams projected from Grey Knight helms entered the black stone and seemed to die within it, swallowed so completely that even the reflected gleam from silver armour diminished after a few paces. The passage through which Mandulis led his brotherhood should have descended beneath a hill, scarcely large enough to bury an orbital lander. Instead, it fell for what their internal chronometers claimed were hours, while elevation registers produced contradictory figures, sometimes placing them kilometers beneath the crust, sometimes above the planet's surface, and once reporting that every warrior in the column occupied a different depth. Conventional navigation markers proved equally treacherous. The first beacon Martel planted appeared again 20 minutes later in a corridor no knight remembered crossing, embedded in a wall ahead of them and coated with dust centuries thick. Mandulis ordered all physical route markers abandoned. From that point onward, the Grey Knights burned psychic sigils into the stone, patterns formed not merely from shape but from intent, each one recognizable through the shared discipline of the Brotherhood. Ghargatuloth might reproduce a symbol. Mandulis doubted even the Prince of 1,000 Faces could reproduce the exact instant of will that had created it. Burial chambers opened along the descent like wounds in the corridor walls. The dead within them had never been human, although some had clearly tried to become so. Skeletons lay arranged upon slabs of black rock, their skulls elongated, their ribs turned inward, their hands possessing too many joints. When Justinian looked away from one corpse and back again, its anatomy had changed. The skull was rounder, the ribs were human. A second glance revealed the bones of wings folded beneath the spine. One of his brothers lifted a storm bolter. It alters under observation. Mandulis did not stop. Then deny it observation. They passed without investigating. Minutes later, they entered a corridor so narrow that Martel's terminator plate scraped both walls at once. The brother captain forced himself through sideways, ceramite grinding against stone, only to step from the constriction into a chamber large enough to contain weather. Clouds boiled hundreds of meters overhead. Rain fell upward from a dark lake suspended in the distance. Lightning illuminated mountains beneath a ceiling that could not possibly exist beneath Corion 9. No warrior spoke of the contradiction. They simply crossed the impossible landscape while psychic waymarks burned behind them in silver fire. The first demon concentration met Martel's terminators at the far end of that chamber. Power-armoured Grey Knights had attempted the approach and been driven back by sheer density, not cowardice, for there was no room to manoeuvre and no distance from which to establish proper firing lanes. Martel saw the problem and solved it with mass. Terminators forward. His warriors entered the passage, shoulder to shoulder, each suit a walking fortress of sanctified plate, warding scripture cut into every surface deep enough that even damage could not erase all of it. Stormbolters began firing before the daemons reached visible range. The confined space magnified every detonation until the passage became a tunnel of thunder. Horrors burst apart at arm's length, incandescent flesh spattering against silver armour and evaporating into vapour that smelled of copper and burned incense. Those that reached the Terminators met nemesis blades. A halberd passed through the neck of one creature, and the psychic discharge tore the rest of its body apart before the severed head touched the floor. A demon with too many arms clawed across Martel's breastplate, scoring 3 grooves through the outer ceramite and blackening the scripture beneath. He answered with a downward hammer blow that collapsed the creature into a crater of burning matter. "Advance," he said. They did. Every meter cost something. One Terminator lost the lenses of his helm when warp fire struck his faceplate, yet continued by psychic sight. Another took a hooked talon through the hip joint. Blood began leaking from beneath his thigh armor, but he refused evacuation and locked the damaged leg at the knee so the suit could continue carrying him. A third had half the inscription upon his left pauldron burned away when a horror exploded against him. The loss of the wards weakened the armor's psychic integrity, and the demons sensed it. They concentrated upon him with animal precision. Martel altered the formation before they could exploit the breach, moving the damaged knight inward and replacing him with a brother whose aegis remained intact. It was not heroism as mortals understood the word. It was battlefield maintenance performed upon living weapons. By the time the Terminators broke through the concentration, the passage behind them was layered with dissolving demon residue and scorched fragments of corrupted human followers who had been packed among the warp entities. Martel checked ammunition, received casualty status through the psychic bond, and continued without ceremony. The corridor beyond should have led deeper beneath the barrow. Instead, its walls became white marble. Mandulis stopped first. The transition possessed no seam. Black stone simply gave way to polished flooring veined with pale mineral, and the suffocating dark opened into a vaulted hall lit by suspended globes of cold illumination. Banners hung from distant arches. Silver-armoured figures stood at attention beneath them. Armourers moved between reliquary stations. Servitors carried sanctified ammunition in brass caskets. Mandulis knew the hall. So did Martel. So did every Grey Knight around him. Titan, not merely an approximation of the fortress monastery, but a collection of details so precise that memory answered them before discipline could intervene. The angle of the arches, the scent of consecrated oil, the minute vibration of distant machinery transmitted through the floor. A serf approached carrying fresh magazines for Mandulis's Stormbolter. Another opened the doors of an armory and bowed. Somewhere beyond them came the solemn toll of a bell that marked the return of warriors from successful demon banishment. For several heartbeats, no weapon rose. Then Mandulis said, "False." The word was quiet. It carried farther than a shout. Martel turned his helm fractionally. "My lord." Mandulis watched the approaching serf. The man's uniform was correct. His posture was correct. The scar along his jaw belonged to a servant Mandulis remembered from Titan. The memory itself was accurate. That was what betrayed it. Ghargatuloth had reproduced facts without understanding what those facts meant. The hall was immaculate. Titan was never immaculate. The fortress monastery bore the marks of 10,000 years of vigilance, restoration upon restoration, stone worn by armored feet, relics darkened by incense and age. This place possessed memory without history. More damning still was the sensation the illusion offered. Relief, permission to stop, home presented as comfort. Mandulis had never understood Titan that way. Titan was duty-made stone. It knows the archive, he said. It does not know the oath. He raised his stormbolter. Destroy it. 3 brotherhoods opened fire upon home. Bolter shells ripped through banners and armorers. The marble walls spasmed. The approaching surf burst not into blood, but into coils of wet intestine packed with teeth. The vaulted ceiling peeled downward like skin torn from a carcass. Beautiful statues collapsed into masses of mouths. What had appeared to be reliquary alcoves became fleshy cavities containing screaming demons folded inside one another. The floor split beneath sustained fire, exposing bone beneath the false marble. Grey knights advanced while the counterfeit Titan died around them. Incinerators swept across the walls, turning illusion into burning tissue. A figure wearing the likeness of a dead Justicar reached toward Martel and called him brother. Martel drove a nemesis blade through its face without slowing. The psychic discharge erased the stolen features first. Poorly made, he said. It was the closest thing to contempt Mandulis had heard from him since planetfall. Justinian's strike squad took the rear corridor when the chamber began vomiting demons faster than the Brotherhood could withdraw. The Justicar placed his brothers in a narrowing where only a few creatures could attack abreast, then gave the order to hold. Stormbolters hammered until the first rank of horrors reached contact. At that distance, explosive shells became hazards to the Grey Knights firing them. Justinian raised his halberd. Blades! The front rank transitioned without disorder. Nemesis weapons met claws and burning flesh in a continuous collision. Justinian severed an arm, reversed the halberd, and drove the butt spike through a demon's throat. The creature burst into incandescent ichor that coated his breastplate in evaporating blue fire. Another horror slammed against a Grey Knight hard enough to force him into the wall. The brother fired his stormbolter directly into its abdomen. The shell detonated inside the creature and sprayed the corridor with burning fragments. Corrupted humans followed among the demons, and their deaths obeyed more familiar laws. A cultist thrust a hooked blade beneath one knight's arm and received a halberd through the sternum. Justinian tore the weapon free, and the man's chest opened around it, ribs spreading, organs spilling onto the floor beneath the boots of those behind him. Another cultist lost his jaw to a bolt impact and stumbled forward with the lower half of his face hanging against his throat. The Grey Knight before him crushed his skull with the pommel of a nemesis sword. Within minutes, the passage became slick with human blood, intestines, severed hands, fragments of skull and brass shell casings. Diamond remains evaporated. Human remains stayed. Justinian and his squad stood ankle-deep in the evidence of that distinction and held the corridor until Mandulis' main force had cleared the false fortress. Only then did the Justicar withdraw by measured ranks, killing as he moved. Kemuel found the nursery beyond a series of chambers that pulsed with a heartbeat none of the knights possessed. The door was organic. Incinerator fire opened it. Beyond hung thousands of translucent sacks suspended from the ceiling by tendons as thick as cables. Shapes moved inside them. horrors not yet fully realized in material space, curled within membranes of milky fluid, their limbs twitching as though dreaming of violence. Each sack descended by a rope of flesh to a human body arranged upon the floor. The victims had been opened with surgical precision. Rib cages stood spread by brass clamps. Organs had been drawn from abdominal cavities and connected through tubes to the things above. Some victims were long dead. Others still breathed. One man turned his head toward Chemuel, despite the fact that most of his digestive tract lay outside his body, threaded through a machine of bone and copper. His lips moved. No sound emerged. A younger grey knight looked across the chamber. Life signs remain. Chemuel did not look at him. They are part of the mechanism. Confirmed. That was the end of the question. Incinerators rose. The chamber became fire. Membranes burst under the heat, spilling half-formed demons into the flames. Some screamed with voices already mature. Others dissolved without ever becoming fully real. The human victims convulsed as the fire crossed them. Exposed organs shrank, blackened and split. Brass clamps glowed red. Tendons hanging from the ceiling caught like ropes soaked in promethium, carrying the flames upward until thousands of sacks burned together. Chemuel watched until psychic pressure from the chamber collapsed. Whether any man on the floor had remained innocent ceased to matter once his flesh had become a component of Ghargatuloth's summoning apparatus. Mercy, here, would have meant leaving the weapon intact. Mandulis's brotherhood encountered the fracture soon afterward. It opened across the wall without warning, a vertical wound of violet light wider than a thunderhawk. Auspex screamed. A grey knight nearest the breach looked through and saw a world that was not Corion 9, yet somehow occupied the same place. The horizon moved. Not metaphorically. It moved because it was composed of bodies. Demonic armies filled the landscape from foreground to impossible distance, ranks upon ranks packed so tightly that no ground could be seen between them. Towering entities strode among lesser hordes. Winged things filled the air in such density that they obscured a false sun glowing behind a sky of raw psychic fire. Farther away, what appeared to be an ocean changed direction. Mandulis focused upon it and realized the water was a mass of crawling forms. The Auspex systems attempted enumeration. Thousands became millions. Millions became hundreds of millions. The count climbed into billions and then failed, returning machine error sigils faster than the armor could display them. Martel stared into the breach. A host awaiting ingress. No, Mandulis said. A pressure-seeking release. The distinction mattered. They were not here to defeat that army. 300 Grey Knights could destroy armies beyond the capacity of ordinary men, but even they could not conquer an infinity given temporary shape. Their task was narrower and therefore more terrible. Find the throat through which the host intended to enter reality and close it before the pressure ruptured the world. Mandulis ordered sanctified charges placed along the fracture's margins. Psychic wards were inscribed into the detonators. When they fired, the wall collapsed inward and the vision vanished behind molten black stone. The last thing Mandulis saw before the breach sealed was something enormous turning its head toward him from beyond the false horizon. Ganelon found the first true nexus. His brotherhood entered what appeared to be a cathedral built downward around a shaft of impossible depth. Platforms descended in concentric rings for kilometers, each one covered in altars, execution frames and inscriptions cut into black stone. At the center rotated a knot of blue fire that possessed neither fuel nor source. It hung over the abyss like a second heart. Thousands of inscriptions surrounded it. Ganelon read none fully, but fragments reached him through psychic pressure. Prince of 1,000 Faces, Forger of Hells, Whisper in Darkness. Other titles contradicted those: Liberator, Devourer, Child, Father, Betrayer, Savior. Each name carried a different image of the same entity, each image demanding recognition. Ganelon understood. "It is not merely feeding the manifestation," he said through the psychic network. "It is defining it." Mandulis received the thought across kilometers of impossible architecture. Explain. Every inscription is an assertion. Every prayer is a description. Every description gives the demon another shape by which reality may receive it. The blue fire opened an eye. Something descended from it. The greater demon entered material space, already moving. Its form resembled a robed avian giant, only until the eye tried to retain details, whereupon wings became arms became flames, and its beaked face became a series of overlapping masks. It attacked before Ganelon's warriors had raised their weapons. Not quickly. Earlier. A bolt of sorcery struck the place where one grey knight would step 2 heartbeats later. A blade intercepted a nemesis halberd before the knight wielding it had begun the swing. Another brother moved toward cover and found the demon's claw waiting for him there. Ganelon felt the pattern almost immediately. "It reads intent," the creature laughed. "I read endings." Ganelon attacked. The demon parried before the blow existed. He withdrew and issued no order. That absence became the tactic. Through the brotherhood bond, he imposed not a plan, but a refusal to plan. No warrior would select a target in advance. No squad would consciously choose sequence. They would act through drilled reflex, through the instantaneous recognition that existed beneath articulated thought, trusting brotherhood rather than communicated intention. For an army constructed around discipline, the command was almost paradoxical. It worked. The next Grey Knight fired because his body recognized an opening before his conscious mind named it. The demon turned too late. Psy-cannon shells struck one wing. Another knight moved without deciding to move and buried a nemesis sword in the creature's thigh. Ganelon advanced through the disruption, not knowing what strike he would make until the moment his weapon moved. The greater demon shrieked as its foresight collapsed into too many unformed possibilities. It killed 3 Grey Knights before they reached its center. Ganelon reached it anyway. His blade entered beneath the creature's ribbed breast and erupted with psychic force. The demon came apart from within, its masks screaming different prophecies as blue fire consumed them. Then Ganelon destroyed the Nexus. Sanctified charges detonated around the lower platforms, while Grey Knights poured psychic force into the central flame. For one instant, the cathedral appeared to turn inside out. Blue radiance became white. Every demon within kilometers screamed simultaneously. Thousands of manifestations vanished as though erased from a page. The shaft collapsed. Altars shattered. Sacrificial platforms fell into the abyss carrying bodies, cultists, and burning debris. Silence followed. It lasted perhaps 3 minutes. Then Corian 9 answered. Every Grey Knight beneath the world felt the pulse. The planet contracted around them like a colossal muscle. Far away, other ritual nexuses awakened in response, their psychic pressure increasing instead of diminishing. Malquiant's recognition reached Mandulis first, sharp with comprehension rather than fear. The nodes are interconnected, Ganelon added, Destroying one redirects the burden. Mandulis stood in darkness while the truth assembled itself in his mind. Continents forming sigils, barrows placed at geometric intersections, sacrifice pits acting as conduits, ritual fields feeding buried channels. The structures were not fortifications surrounding Ghargatuloth. They were components. Corion 9 itself was the summoning circle. The Grey Knights had entered believing they were cutting their way toward the machinery of manifestation. In reality, they were fighting inside it. Bloodshed energized the channels. Destroyed nexuses transferred power to those that remained. Every act necessary to reach Ghargatuloth might also help force him into the material realm. Martel received the realization through the bond. Then continued assault accelerates emergence. Yes, Mandulis said, and withdrawal leaves the remaining apparatus intact. Yes. For several seconds there was only the pressure of the buried world around them. Then Mandulis raised his lightning-shaped sword and turned deeper into the barrows. We were not promised a road without consequence, he said. Only an enemy at its end. 3 brotherhoods advanced again, knowing now that every victory might be another step toward the demon they had come to destroy. The first mouths appeared in the stone without warning. Mandulis saw one open beside a psychic waymark his brotherhood had burned into the barrow wall less than an hour before, the black rock softening around a seam of wet flesh until human lips pushed through it and drew breath. The thing spoke in a language he did not recognize. Then another mouth opened beneath it, and another, each using a different tongue, some human, some older than mankind, some composed of sounds that hurt the inner ear rather than the flesh. Eyes followed. They formed beneath translucent membranes inside the walls, enormous and bloodshot, their pupils dilating whenever a grey knight passed. Black organic matter forced itself through joints in the ancient masonry, like roots seeking water. It crawled across floors in glistening ropes, pulsing in time with the psychic heartbeat now running through Corion 9. Similar manifestations reached Mandulis through the Brotherhood bond from Ganelon and Malkiant. Different barrows, different depths, the same corruption. Ghargatuloth was no longer merely reaching toward material existence. Material existence was beginning to grow him. High above, where the Ordo Malleus battle group still maintained an increasingly uncertain watch, Augur officers witnessed a storm column rising over the central continent. It stretched from the barrow fields into the highest atmosphere, perfectly vertical despite the violent winds surrounding it, a pillar blacker than the void beyond. Lightning crawled across shapes inside the cloud, and several observers independently recorded the same conclusion before their savants ordered the words deleted from open systems. The shapes moved as though something organic of impossible size were turning inside the storm. Mandulis's central force reached the first sacrificial pit soon afterward. It was not a pit in any conventional sense, but an excavation wide enough to swallow a fortress complex, its descending terraces crowded with chained human bodies arranged into concentric geometric patterns. Tens of thousands occupied the tiers. Some stood willingly, emaciated arms raised while they screamed titles into the dark. Prince of 1,000 faces, whisper in darkness, forger of hells. Others had ceased to be worshippers in any meaningful sense. Their limbs had been broken and reset into angles required by the ritual geometry. Brass tubes disappeared into exposed arteries. Iron hooks held jaws open so the chanting apparatus could force air through their throats, whether they remained conscious or not. At the bottom of the excavation, blood ran through channels cut into black stone, joining larger grooves that vanished beneath the earth. Justinian studied the pattern through his helm before deliberately blanking the overlay. If we fire into the congregation, the channels fill. Mandulis watched a chanting cultist collapse from exhaustion. His neighbor continued screaming over the body. If we do nothing, the litany continues. Martel's reply was immediate. Then the channels die first. Mandulis approved the judgment. Psi cannons on the stonework. Incinerators with me. We cross the terraces before we cleanse them. It was the more expensive solution. That made it the correct one. The Brotherhood descended under fire. Cult sorcerers hidden among the terraces raised staffs fashioned from vertebrae and brass, sending coruscating warp fire across the advancing Grey Knights, while lesser demons climbed from the blood channels like insects emerging from cracks. Stormbolters answered only when necessary. Psi cannons concentrated upon the ritual conduits, each sanctified burst pulverizing lengths of engraved stone and splintering the brass veins beneath. The decision allowed cultists to reach ranges at which even mortals could become dangerous through sheer mass. They threw themselves against silver armor, hacking with cleavers, hooked blades and mining tools engraved with changing runes. One Grey Knight disappeared beneath a heap of bodies long enough for a sorcerer's spike to penetrate the flexible seal behind his knee. He fell to one side, leg useless, and killed 6 attackers from the ground before a brother dragged him back by the gorget. Another knight took a blade through the elbow joint and answered by crushing the wielder's chest inward with the haft of his nemesis halberd. Mandulis continued downward, lightning-shaped sword carving through whatever reached him, while incinerator teams followed close behind. Only once the nearest blood channels had been broken did he give the order. White fire swept the terraces. Worshippers vanished inside it. Those who had been screaming praises screamed differently for a little while. Those too, ruined to move, simply blackened where they hung. The flames burned flesh from chains, cooked blood into crust, and rendered the carefully arranged bodies useless to the ritual they had been made to serve. Ghargatuloth answered not with soldiers, but with obscenity. The dead began moving after the Grey Knights had already passed them. A cultist whose skull had been split by bolter fire rolled onto his stomach and crawled using only one arm, the back of his head opening and closing like a second mouth. Another corpse dragged itself forward while loops of intestine uncoiled behind it across the stone. Bodies fused where they touched, ribs breaking outward and knitting into common cages until groups of the dead became crawling aggregates of arms, faces, and exposed organs. They were not useful combatants. That was precisely the point. One such mass consisted of perhaps 20 men joined through their backs, every head turned outward, every mouth speaking in the voice of someone long dead. "Brother, help me. I served on Titan. I remember the cells. Do you remember my name?" The voices possessed age, pain, and plausibility. Some belonged to serfs. Others imitated warriors whose bodies had been lost in forgotten campaigns. Ghargatuloth was not raising an efficient army. He was manufacturing hesitation. Justinian understood before the first mass reached the line. Do not answer them. His brothers did not. Storm bolters fired in measured bursts. Incinerators burned the remains. A face wearing the likeness of a dead Grey Knight begged Martel to look upon it before he killed it. Martel broke the creature's spine with a hammer strike and walked over what remained. The pace of the advance did not change. Mandulis recognized then that the mission had crossed a threshold from which the original objective could no longer be recovered. The Barrow network was active. Ghargatuloth's influence had entered stone, machine, dead flesh, and the atmosphere above them. Destroying isolated nexuses would not prevent manifestation now. At best, it would displace the pressure. At worst, it would hasten the emergence already underway. He reached toward Ganelon and Malkiant through the psychic command lattice, suppressing language until identity had been confirmed at both ends. Ganelon answered first, his presence hard and impatient. Malkiant followed, cold as a blade beneath water. Mandulis gave them the revised doctrine without preamble. Prevention has failed. New objective. We drive the manifestation toward completion at a location of our choosing. We force Ghargatuloth into material coherence, bind him there and banish him. Silence lasted only a heartbeat. Ganelon said, "We permit incarnation." "We compel incarnation," Mandulis corrected. A dispersed demon may evade destruction. A manifested demon can be struck. Malquiant understood the price. Every surviving nexus will feed him. Then we choose which ones survive long enough to shape the point of emergence. There was no objection. To lesser commanders, deliberately strengthening the enemy would have sounded like madness. To the Grey Knights, it was simply a more terrible form of targeting. Malquiant began the first counterworking in the southern barrows. His brotherhood had reached a circular vault surrounded by 6 passages through which demons came without interruption. He ordered several dozen Grey Knights into concentric rings upon the floor, while the remainder established a defensive perimeter. Warriors knelt with nemesis weapons laid across their thighs and placed gauntleted fists against the black stone. Individually, each carried psychic strength that would have marked a mortal psyker for a lifetime of fear and surveillance. Together, disciplined through identical purpose, they became something qualitatively different. Malquiant lowered his head. "By the Emperor's light, deny them purchase." The first ring answered, then the second, then the third. Their Aegis systems began to resonate, psychoactive circuitry responding from suit to suit until the warding fields overlapped. The effect spread through the chamber as an absence rather than a light. Warp fire dimmed. Colours lost unnatural intensity. The air became colder. A horror entering the edge of the field stumbled as though struck, its limbs losing definition. Another crossed 2 paces farther and blistered from within. A third collapsed entirely into a smear of blue radiance that vanished before touching the floor. The Grey Knights on the perimeter fired into creatures made suddenly vulnerable by the suppression. For several minutes, the Brotherhood ceased to be a collection of warriors. It became a single anti-demonic weapon, whose ammunition was disciplined human will. Ghargatuloth attacked the command network at the same moment. Mandulis' internal display announced that Martel had been killed. Martel was standing beside him. A heartbeat later, the display marked Ganelon's entire brotherhood as destroyed, then restored it at greater than full strength. Ammunition tallies increased when magazines were emptied and declined when fresh ones were inserted. A tactical overlay rotated their position by a quarter turn without moving the compass reference. Justinian appeared on the slate as 3 separate officers occupying different corridors. Names of warriors dead since planetfall returned to active command status, while living squads vanished from the roster. Mandulis watched the corruption spread for 3 seconds, long enough to confirm that the machine systems could no longer be trusted, then issued the order he had already expected to give. Strip tactical overlays, sever automatic target designation, no machine-generated casualty reports, no predictive route mapping, visual marks and psychic contact only. Armor spirits protested through warning runes. Knights dismissed them. One by one, sophisticated displays went dark, until helm lenses showed little more than natural magnification, atmospheric conditions, and basic suit integrity. Men carrying weapons capable of killing creatures from the immaterium began navigating with scratches cut into walls and geometry memorized before deployment. The Prince of 1,000 Faces possessed too many ways to lie through a machine. Martel found the Guardian at an intersection where 7 barrow passages met around a shaft descending into violet fire. It hauled itself from the opening with 4 arms thick as a dreadnought's limbs and a torso plated in overlapping scales that changed from blue to black as the Terminators aimed at it. Its head resembled that of a bird stripped down to bone, but mouths opened along the length of its neck. Martel fired first. His integrated Stormbolter hammered sanctified rounds into the creature's chest. The impacts cratered flesh and armor but failed to halt it. The demon struck the lead Terminator hard enough to throw him across the intersection. He hit the wall with such force that the black stone fractured around the impression of his armor. Another knight drove a halberd into the demon's flank. One of its lower arms closed around him and pulled. The Terminator's breastplate split at the center. Ceramite peeled outward. The warrior came free of his own armor in a spray of blood and torn interface cables, body crushed almost flat between the creature's fingers before it discarded him. "Anchor its limbs," Martel ordered. A demon claw sheared through another Terminator's left arm above the elbow. The severed limb fell, still gripping its weapon. Blood sprayed from torn seals until the suit's emergency systems constricted the stump. The knight did not retreat. He brought his remaining gauntlet up and continued firing his Stormbolter one-handed into the demon's face. Martel moved beneath the creature's next strike and drove his nemesis weapon into the same wound the first halberd had opened. 2 brothers joined him, then a third. They did not spread their attacks across the monster. They concentrated everything into one breach, forcing sanctified steel deeper through changing flesh, while the creature battered them against the walls. Martel felt armor crack along his ribs. Another Terminator lost half his faceplate and the flesh beneath it. "Now," the brother captain said. Psychic power discharged through every embedded nemesis weapon at once. The demon convulsed. Light erupted from the wound, not outward, but through its entire body, outlining its skeleton in white fire. Then the thing tore apart from the inside. When the last fragments dissolved, half of Martel's Terminators bore injuries or armor damage severe enough to reduce their effectiveness. The intersection belonged to them. No one called the exchange favorable. In Malquiant's chamber, the Aegis counterworking began to fail at its northern edge. One anchor had been killed by a lance of sorcery that punched through 2 defending knights before striking the kneeling formation. The dead warrior collapsed across his nemesis' sword, and the suppression field flickered. A grey knight nearby lay against the wall with his armor crushed inward across the abdomen. Blood filled the seals at his waist. Malquiant could feel the man's hearts failing. An apothecary moved toward him. The wounded knight raised one hand. "No." The apothecary halted. "Your organs are ruptured. My mind remains." Malquiant looked at him. The knight understood what was needed. "Place me in the circle." 2 brothers lifted him. Pieces of broken ceramite ground deeper into his body as they moved, and blood ran from beneath his breastplate in a steady sheet. But no sound escaped him. They set him where the fallen anchor had knelt. He placed both hands upon his weapon and joined the psychic cadence. The field stabilized immediately. His body lasted less than a minute. His mind lasted longer. Neural tissue burned itself out under the strain. Blood vessels burst in his eyes. His jaw locked hard enough to crack teeth. Still, the ward held until his heart stopped and the last coherent fragment of psychic force passed into the formation. Only then did Malkiant order his body removed. Brotherhood was not refusal to spend a brother's life. Brotherhood was knowing exactly what that life was worth. Far above them, Corion 9 ceased to resemble a planet under attack and began to resemble a planet being born into hell. Demonic concentrations spread across continents in densities impossible for material armies. Mountain chains vanished beneath migrating masses whose movement registered as geological disturbance. Screamers occupied entire atmospheric layers, their numbers forcing auger arrays to classify them as weather. Ritual fires burned in patterns so vast that orbital observers could see sigils forming across the night side without magnification. The Ordomalia ships attempted to count transient warp signatures and watched the numbers climb through millions into hundreds of millions, then billions, then dissolve into strings of error can't as the machine spirits refused the burden. The central storm pillar widened. Lightning revealed eyes within it. Vast mouths appeared for fractions of a second between cloud banks and disappeared before image capture could stabilize them. The battle group did not behold an enemy army arriving upon Corion 9. It beheld a fraction of the Immaterium attempting to use the planet as a doorway. Then the infection reached orbit in force. One vessel transmitted a formation order to the rest of the battle group, instructing them to descend into low anchor and align weapon batteries toward one another. Authentication was flawless. The command carried seals from officers who had never issued it. Before the bridge crew could isolate the source, every servitor aboard began speaking Ghargatuloth's titles. Gun servitors screamed them through vox horns. Navigation servitors whispered them through Auspex channels. Engine thralls tore their own mouths against restraint bars while reciting information drawn from sealed inquisitorial archives. The vessel's master understood what contamination meant. He did not attempt to save the data. He ordered the cogitator banks destroyed. Melter charges burned through memory stacks. Tech priests smashed blessed logic engines with power mauls while reciting rites of severance. Weapons control relays were physically cut from the command network. The ship blinded and disarmed itself rather than become a vector. Other vessels followed suit, isolating systems and reducing shared telemetry until the battle group's view of Corion 9 fractured into uncertain fragments. Mandulis felt the loss of orbital reconnaissance as silence spreading through the command lattice. A collapsing section of Barrow had opened a crater above his position, and for the first time since descending beneath the surface, he could see the sky. He stopped beneath the wound in the earth and looked upward. There were no stars. There was no visible storm ceiling. There were only bodies. Screamers crossed one another in endless black silhouettes. Winged demons moved behind them in layers upon layers. Warp fire flickered so densely that night and illumination had become indistinguishable. Somewhere beyond that living canopy waited the ships of the Ordo Malleus, but they could no longer see him, and he could no longer depend upon them. The remaining grey knights of the three brotherhoods stood beneath a world that was becoming a summoning engine, and beneath a sky occupied by the host seeking entry through it. Mandulis lowered his gaze and felt the psychic presence of Ganelon and Malkiant, still answering from impossible distances below the crust. The heavens were closed. The way forward remained. "Advance," Mandulis said. Those who remained of the 300 obeyed. The surviving Grey Knights had ceased counting the enemy because Mandulis had forbidden it. The prohibition passed through the brotherhoods with the same authority as an order concerning ammunition expenditure or a change of attack axis. There would be no further estimates of demon strength, no attempt to calculate how many horrors occupied the tunnels. No speculation concerning the number of screamers darkening the upper atmosphere. No comparison between one manifestation and another according to numerical density. The figures had ceased to possess military value. Worse, Mandulis now understood that information itself was part of Ghargatuloth's dominion, and every effort to define the host might simply provide the Prince of 1,000 Faces another structure through which to impose meaning upon the war. Roughly 200 Grey Knights remained capable of sustained combat across the three brotherhoods, though even that figure had become provisional as warriors fought with broken armor, scorched aegis wards, and wounds that would have removed lesser space marines from battle. Against them pressed a host whose size had transcended logistics and entered metaphysics. Mandulis reduced the campaign accordingly. No warrior was to think in terms of conquering ground. No brotherhood was to imagine that Corion 9 could be cleared. They would identify the nearest ritual structure, destroy it, advance to the next, and continue until Ghargatuloth possessed enough material coherence to be struck directly. "We are not killing an army," Mandulis told Martel, as the central force assembled beneath a vault whose ceiling breathed like diseased lung tissue. "We are cutting through the flesh around its heart." Martel checked the cracked warding script upon his gauntlet. "Then we cut until the heart is exposed." The barrow labyrinth no longer permitted ordinary movement quickly enough. Corridors altered while squads traversed them. Stairways descended into chambers they had already left. Doors opened upon kilometers of black stone that had not existed when psychic mapping was established moments earlier. Mandulis answered distortion with violence of a different sort. Teleportation, normally employed by the Grey Knights with precision bordering upon sacrament, became an offensive weapon against the architecture itself. Teleport homers were carried forward under guard and keyed through psychic identification rather than machine authentication. Small elements translated across sections of the barrow network, bypassing entire demon concentrations to strike ritual nodes before defenders could mass. Every translation was a wager against a warp saturation so extreme that the barrier between matter and the Empyrean had become little more than scar tissue. The first squad arrived several meters from its intended coordinates and materialized inside a sacrificial gallery already under attack. Another emerged with one brother partly intersecting the wall. His right side existed in the chamber. His left had become one with black stone. Ceramite, bone, flesh and masonry occupied the same impossible space. He lived for less than 2 seconds. There was no attempt to extract him. His Justicar removed the sanctified magazines from the exposed half of his armor, placed a charge against the wall, and detonated both body and stone before the demon could make use of either. A second teleport element translated directly into a horde. They appeared surrounded by horrors so densely packed that the first Grey Knight's arrival displaced warp flesh outward in a ring. Stormbolters fired before the teleport flare had faded. One warrior materialized with his nemesis sword already descending, the blade cutting through a demon that had begun to claw at him before his physical form was completely stable. The squad did not attempt withdrawal. Their task was a ritual node buried beneath the chamber, and every second spent surviving rather than destroying it allowed the labyrinth to respond. They formed a tight circle, fired outward long enough for the Justicar to identify the conductor, then broke the floor apart with sanctified charges and psychic force. The resulting detonation killed half the demons within the chamber and buried the Grey Knights beneath falling stone. 4 dug themselves free. The remainder never answered psychic identification. Mandulis accepted the loss because the node had ceased functioning. Teleportation continued. On Corion 9, even the means by which the Grey Knights crossed distance demanded casualties. Kemuel turned the surviving purgation elements into a moving corridor of annihilation. He refused the wasteful fury the enemy seemed designed to provoke. Psi cannons did not fire merely because demons were visible. Incinerators did not burn merely because the tunnels were full. Every weapon possessed a purpose, a heat burden, and a finite reserve. First Psi cannon, armor mass. Second, hold for manifestation. Bolters suppress the lesser forms. Incinerators only when the passage closes. His orders moved along the formation without excitement. Ahead, horrors packed a corridor from wall to wall. Storm bolters tore through the first ranks, mass reactive shells detonating inside bodies that came apart in incandescent sprays. Smaller demons scrambled from the disintegrating remains. Kemuel waited. A greater shape began forcing itself between them, horned limbs widening the tunnel as reality softened around its shoulders. Second Psi cannon. Now. Sanctified rounds hammered the creature's torso until its material shell ruptured. Only when the surviving horde reached within, several strides did Kemuel lower one gauntlet. Incinerators. White fire filled the passage. The heat became murderous even through sealed power armor. Cultists trapped among the demons ignited instantly. Hair vanished. Skin blistered black and split. Fat burned with greasy yellow flame, while bodies collapsed into one another and turned the corridor into a furnace whose walls ran with melted organic residue. Warp entities reacted differently. Some shrieked and lost coherence, their colors bleaching away before they dissolved into sparks. Others staggered through the flame with limbs burning in impossible hues until Nemesis halberds ended them. Kemuel rotated the weapons before their mechanisms overheated. A Psi cannon carrier took a bolt of sorcerous fire through the abdomen and folded around the wound. His armor cracked, and loops of intestine slid through the opening when he fell. The brother behind him did not kneel to offer comfort. He stripped the remaining ammunition feed from the dying warrior's harness, handed it to the next gunner, and reclaimed the fallen Nemesis weapon before the body had finished convulsing. Farther along, an incinerator bearer lost his head to a screamer that came through the ceiling. His fuel reservoir remained intact. 2 Grey Knights detached it from the corpse, while another destroyed the demon. On Corion 9, the dead remained useful for as long as their ammunition did. Ghargatuloth understood what the Grey Knights valued and began using it against them. The voices came first through Vox channels, already stripped to their most primitive functions. "Brother Thalem, hold position." The voice belonged to a Justicar killed during the landing. "Martel, Western Breach requires reinforcement." Another dead officer. "Kemuel, your second gunner is compromised." The words were spoken with exact cadence, including breaths and minute vocal distortions caused by helmets that no longer existed. Most were ignored. Then the demon abandoned command and used memory. A wounded Grey Knight named Arcturus heard his squadmate calling from a side passage. The voice belonged to a brother dragged beneath the floor hours earlier. "Arcturus, I endure. Recover me." Arcturus stopped for less than a heartbeat. Duty required the recovery of gene seed and sacred war gear, where practicable. Ghargatuloth had chosen well. The voice called again, weaker. "Brother." Arcturus turned toward the passage and advanced only far enough to see blood beneath a closed door. The blood flowed uphill. He understood. Arcturus placed 3 sanctified charges upon the lintel and withdrew. The dead voice became urgent. "Do not abandon me." He detonated the corridor. Black stone folded inward, and something behind the door screamed with several dozen throats. Arcturus rejoined his squad without comment. Mandulis received the incident through psychic report and grasped the refinement in Ghargatuloth's cruelty. Fear had failed. Horror had failed. The demon was now exploiting obligation. It did not tempt Grey Knights with pleasure or survival, because such currencies held little value for them. It offered duties that could not all be fulfilled at once. Ganelon answered the campaign's accelerating corruption with greater speed. His Western Brotherhood stopped clearing chambers entirely. If the correct path lay behind a wall, the wall ceased to be an obstacle and became demolition material. If a ritual gallery contained hundreds of cultists but no node, Ganelon bypassed it unless the occupants physically blocked his advance. His warriors planted charges against load-bearing ribs of the labyrinth, breached ceilings into tunnels above, and cut through sacrificial chapels, rather than follow passages that could be altered by the daemon. Attacks from behind became inevitable. Ganelon accepted them. Rear guards fought while the main force continued forward, then disengaged through controlled teleport translations, or died buying momentum. The method was savage and costly, but for several kilometers the Barrow network failed to adapt quickly enough. Demonic concentrations gathered where the Brotherhood had been and found empty tunnels. Counterattacks rushed toward junctions the Grey Knights had already destroyed. Ganelon drove through the confusion like a blade through diseased tissue, his armor increasingly battered, his nemesis weapon dark with the residue of things that could not properly bleed. The longer we remain here, the stronger it becomes, he told Mandulis through psychic communion. I will not permit the labyrinth to dictate tempo. Mandulis felt the aggression beneath the statement, but no loss of discipline. Your objective? A second primary nexus, stronger than the first. I can feel it beneath the western galleries. Then sever it. Ganelon's answer came as grim satisfaction rather than joy. That was my intention. Malkiant's Southern Brotherhood found the surface again and nearly died beneath it. They emerged from a barrow mouth onto a system of elevated causeways spanning sacrificial chasms kilometers deep. Above them, the sky moved. Screamers descended by the thousand, their flattened bodies overlapping until they resembled scales across the belly of some planetary predator. Flamers drifted among them and released streams of sorcerous fire that curved against the wind. The first attack struck before Malkiant's rear elements had cleared the barrow. A screamer hit one Grey Knight across the shoulders and lifted him bodily from the causeway. He fired into its underside as they rose, but two more creatures seized his legs. The knight was pulled apart in mid-air. Blood and pieces of silver armor fell into the abyss while the demons carried the remains into the storm. Another warrior took a direct impact and disappeared over the edge without sound. Warp fire struck the center of the formation and flowed around armor like living liquid, burning through already damaged wards. Malquiant refused the obvious impulse to spread out. Compress. Interlocking circles. No exposed arcs. The Brotherhood folded inward. Grey Knights formed concentric rings upon the causeway, outer warriors kneeling and inner warriors firing above them. Every stormbolter covered another brother's blind angle. Psi cannons traversed against dense flights. Incinerators were almost useless at first, until screamers descended low enough that cleansing flame could wash across their bellies. The formation became a silver island inside a storm of wings and unnatural fire. Demons struck from above, from below and from beneath the causeway, where they clung to the stone and reached upward with hooked limbs. Malquiant moved through the center, directing fire according to pressure rather than visible numbers. Eastern arc, sustained. Western arc, conserve. Psi cannon to zenith. Do not follow targets outside assigned field. The Grey Knights obeyed. Bodies accumulated nowhere, because most demon remains evaporated before touching stone. But blood from wounded knights ran between their boots in thin red lines. Then the sky vanished. Malquiant stood upon Titan. The fortress monastery burned around him. Silver towers cracked beneath bombardment. Sanctified halls he had known for centuries were full of corpses. Mandulis lay at his feet, dead, his lightning-shaped sword broken across his chest. Ganelon stood at the end of the ruined hall, with blue fire leaking from the joints of his armor and an eye of Tzeentch burning upon his brow. Beyond him, through a breach in the monastery wall, Malquiant saw fleets dying above the moons of Saturn and worlds across the Imperium, going dark one after another. A voice spoke without direction. "One death prevents this." Mandulis's corpse opened its eyes. "Kill him before the 7th hour. The chapter endures. Refuse, and Titan burns." Malquiant knew the vision might be false. He also knew it might not. That distinction possessed no operational relevance. "A revelation from the enemy is an enemy action," he said. The burning fortress disappeared. He was back upon the causeway with a screamer descending toward his head. Malquiant split it with his nemesis blade. Ghargatuloth's voice followed him into reality. "What if I showed you truth?" Malquiant fired his stormbolter into a flamer passing overhead. "Then truth has been compromised." Ganelon reached the second nexus beneath a gallery whose walls were formed from petrified human bodies, stacked so densely that the structure resembled masonry until one looked closely enough to see faces. The nexus itself hung inside an armored shell of black crystal, surrounded by defensive wards that writhed under psychic sight. Ganelon did not approach it with a sword. He coordinated the surviving purgation elements attached to his brotherhood and reduced the outer protections through concentrated fire. Psi cannons, upon my mark. Same point. Ignore manifestation. Demons poured from surrounding galleries as the weapons opened. Sanctified shells struck the crystal shell again and again, each impact producing fractures filled with blue radiance. Storm bolter squads held the approaches. Incinerators burned cult sorcerers attempting to reinforce the wards. Ganelon waited until one crack reached the full height of the shell. Again. The purgation weapons fired together. The nexus broke. Power accumulated through centuries of sacrifice erupted into the Barrow network. Blue light became white so quickly that even Grey Knight lenses blackened in response. The explosion did not expand like conventional fire. It traveled through relationships, through connected wards and demonic manifestations, through the very architecture by which Ghargatuloth had distributed his influence. Tens of thousands of demons vanished across the Western Theatre. Horrors disappeared mid-stride. Screamers fell from the sky and dissolved before striking the ground. Flamers collapsed into sparks. Surface storms tore open above valleys that had not seen the real sky since the invasion began. Sacrificial ravines split from end to end, swallowing shrines, cult armies, and kilometers of ritual stone. For several breaths, the orbiting vessels, blinded and isolated as they were, saw the actual crust of Corian 9 through gaps in the warp distortion. Then the victory struck back. The psychic shockwave reached all three brotherhoods almost simultaneously. Aegis wards flared so brightly that engraved script glowed white upon silver armor. Some held, others burned out. Grey Knights dropped without visible wounds, as pressure passed through helmets and pulped blood vessels inside their brains. Blood poured from eye lenses, ear seals, and grill vents. A warrior beside Mandulis remained standing for 3 seconds after death, before his armor's servos released and allowed the corpse to fall. On Malquiant's causeway, 6 knights collapsed together. One clawed at his helm, as blood filled it from within. Kemuel watched two purgators die when the psychoactive circuitry of their armor overloaded, warding inscriptions charring black across their breastplates. Ganelon's own brotherhood suffered worst because it stood nearest the rupture. The Grand Master was thrown against the gallery wall and rose with blood leaking from his nose, and one eye darkened beneath the lens. When psychic contact stabilized, 168 Grey Knights remained combat effective. More than 2/5 of the original force had been killed, crippled, or lost. Ghargatuloth still had no complete body. Mandulis stood beneath a cracked arch while apothecaries moved among those who could still be recovered. He tasted blood. His aegis field had weakened enough that the darkness beyond his helm lenses seemed closer than before. Then a voice spoke behind him. Not Ghargatuloth's. A man's voice. Mandulis. The Grand Master froze. He knew that voice without knowing how. For one impossible instant, he smelled rain upon stone beneath a yellow sky. He saw a settlement whose name had been erased from every conscious layer of memory when he entered the chapter. A hand larger than his own rested upon the shoulder of a child who had not yet become Mandulis. The man speaking called him by another name, his first name, his mortal name. Across Corion 9, 168 Grey Knights heard different things. A father's reprimand, a mother's prayer long scoured from memory, the sound of ocean waves upon a birth world no warrior could consciously identify, the name of a childhood brother, the fear of a locked room, the taste of food eaten before gene seed, indoctrination, hypnotherapy, and centuries of war had buried the memory beneath another life. None of it came from thoughts the Grey Knights were actively holding. Some of it came from minds that no longer possessed conscious access to the information at all. Mandulis understood then. Ghargatuloth was not reading them. Reading implied that the knowledge remained somewhere within the reader's reach. The Prince of 1,000 Faces was reaching beyond memory, beyond sealed archives, beyond erased records and conscious identity, moving through information as other demons moved through the warp. Every fact was a threshold. Every remembered name was an unlocked gate. Every forgotten name was merely a gate whose key existed somewhere else. Secrecy would not save them. Mandulis raised his sword and felt the remaining brotherhoods waiting through the psychic lattice. "Do not answer the voices," he commanded. "Whatever they know, they do not own." Deep beneath Corion 9, something laughed with the voices of their fathers. Ganelon no longer felt the blood drying across his mouth. The right side of his face had gone numb beneath a crust of his own vitae and powdered black stone, and the missing pauldron from his left shoulder had exposed a section of battered undersuit where the barrow's warp fire had scorched away both heraldry and warding script. His breastplate was cracked across the sternum. One greave had lost half its devotional engraving. The aegis circuitry beneath his armor answered his thoughts with a dull ache rather than the clean resonance it had possessed at planetfall. None of it entered his voice when Mandulis offered reinforcement. Ganelon stood with the surviving warriors of the Western Brotherhood before a gateway descending into violet radiance and answered through the psychic command link, "Denied." Mandulis did not waste time asking whether he had understood. "Your force has taken the greatest proportional losses. The Western Nexus remains active. If I abandon it, everything behind me becomes available to strike your axis and malquiance." Ganelon looked back once. The passages through which his brotherhood had come were already filling with movement. Eyes shone in the dark. shapes scraped against walls. Something large was crawling across the ceiling beyond the effective range of lumen beams. My brotherhood is sufficient. Mandulus's presence held against his own for a moment, two Grand Masters measuring necessity without sentiment. Then sever it. Ganelon turned toward the gateway. That was never in doubt. The structure below resembled a fortress conceived by an architect who hated direction. Towers extended downward from a ceiling lost in smoke, their battlements hanging over an abyss lit by slow pulses of blue and violet fire. Bridges linked those inverted bastions at angles that altered while the Grey Knights watched. Some appeared horizontal until a warrior stepped upon them, whereupon gravity dragged sideways and transformed a walkway into a vertical wall. Others twisted completely, forcing the Brotherhood to magnetize their boots and advance along surfaces that should have been ceilings. Beneath them was no visible floor. Instead, there stretched something like black water, though it did not reflect the towers. Human faces drifted beneath its surface, pale and swollen, rising like bubbles before sinking again. Some belonged to cultists. Others wore features Ganelon recognized from dead chapter serfs, inquisitorial retainers and warriors lost in campaigns separated from Corian 9 by centuries. He did not look closely enough to determine whether any likeness was perfect. "Ignore the abyss," he ordered. "Fix on the nexus bearing. Psychic confirmation every 30 paces. If gravity changes, preserve formation before orientation." His brothers answered through the shared bond. A moment later, the bridge became a wall beneath their feet, and 3 Grey Knights slammed bodily against magnetized boots hard enough to crack stone. The formation adjusted and continued crawling sideways across a fortress that considered natural law no more binding than battlefield convention. The demons had ceased relying upon subtlety. They came in numbers great enough to make deception unnecessary. Horrors flooded the bridge ahead until there was no visible stone between their feet. Bodies pressing together in shrieking layers of blue and pink flesh. Storm bolters opened from the Grey Knight line. Mass reactive shells bored into the first ranks and detonated, tearing torsos into burning fragments that struck those behind them. Pink horrors split apart under the barrage, and smaller blue forms dragged themselves through ruptured bodies before the remains had finished dissolving. The bridge became a conveyor of death, feeding endlessly toward the Brotherhood. Bolter housings grew hot enough to steam in the strange air. Ammunition counters fell. Psy-cannon bursts struck dense concentrations farther back, blowing lanes through the host that closed almost immediately. Then flamers appeared above the bridge, floating upside down relative to the Grey Knights, their elongated bodies, vomiting sheets of unnatural fire. The first wash struck a warrior whose damaged Aegis wards failed under the impact. Blue flame penetrated the seams of his plate, and his armor began glowing from within. He remained upright long enough to fire 3 more bursts before heat cooked the organs beneath his breastplate. When he fell, Ganelon stepped over him. Bolters conserve, blades forward. The order passed through the Brotherhood, and the battle collapsed from gunfire into butchery. Nemesis weapons met the Horde with psychic force that made ordinary melee violence seem crude by comparison. Halberds cut limbs away and burned through the warp essence beneath. Swords opened bodies from clavicle to hip, leaving wounds outlined in silver fire. Hammers struck horrors hard enough to burst them against the bridge in explosions of incandescent matter. Ganelon moved in the first rank because there was nowhere else useful for him to stand. A demon lunged with a beaked face split by 3 tongues. His blade entered beneath its jaw and exited through the crown. and he drove a pulse of psychic power through the weapon that erased the creature before it could divide. A second horror clawed at the crack in his breastplate. Ganelon seized it by the throat and crushed its neck in his gauntlet before throwing the twitching shape beneath the boots of the next rank. The horde pressed harder. Teeth scraped ceramite. Talons hooked armor joints. One Grey Knight had his forearm severed at the elbow and continued fighting with his halberd clamped beneath the opposite arm. Another lost his helm when a warp blade sheared through the gorget. The next demon bit into his exposed face and tore away cheek, ear, and half the jaw before a brother split the creature's skull. The wounded knight spat blood, locked his remaining teeth, and advanced. At the first inverted tower, something greater descended from the battlements. It resembled a hulking avian beast, encased in layers of translucent sorcerous armor, each layer turning aside bolter fire before the rounds could reach flesh. The creature struck the bridge and killed 2 Grey Knights with the impact alone. One disappeared beneath its taloned foot, armor collapsing around his torso until blood jetted from every seal. The second was thrown over the edge and vanished into the abyss before his brothers could catch him. Ganelon saw the protective fields changing around the demon, shifting faster than one weapon could penetrate them. "Strip the wards," he ordered. 3 purgation weapons fired together. Psycannon shells hammered the outer layers of sorcerous protection. One shattered, then another. The demon screamed and extended a hand wreathed in flame, incinerating the gunner nearest Ganelon so completely that the front of his armor opened around a body reduced to smoking black tissue. The remaining purgators did not stop firing. The last ward broke. Ganelon charged. He did not strike twice. There was no need. His first step carried him beneath a sweeping claw that would have gutted a battle tank. The second placed him inside the creature's reach. He drew every reserve of controlled psychic force he could safely channel and sent it down the length of his nemesis weapon until the blade shone like a line cut through reality. The demon opened its beak to speak. Ganelon drove the weapon through its chest. The blow penetrated spine, warp flesh, and the material form binding both together. His psychic discharge followed. For one impossible instant, the creature became transparent, a vast skeleton visible inside a shell of blue fire. Then the whole thing ruptured outward. The explosion threw Ganelon onto one knee. Pain drove through the cracks in his armor, and his vision narrowed until he could see nothing but the black bridge beneath his gauntlet. He remained there for a heartbeat longer than he wished. Killing the monster had cost more of him than he would admit aloud. Psychic strength was not infinite. Neither was flesh, even flesh remade by the Emperor's gene craft. He rose before any brother could reach for him. Continue. Ghargatuloth changed the fortress while they advanced. Bodies began growing into the architecture. Dead cultists trapped between stones softened and spread until their flesh became mortar. Warp-mutated corpses fused into bridge surfaces, their ribs forming rails, their vertebrae lengthening into support struts. Mouths opened beneath Grey Knight boots. "Second squad, maintain firing lane." The words were Ganelon's, spoken hours before. Another mouth repeated a private exchange between 2 justicars. A third recited ammunition states from the landing zone. The bridge itself had become a record of everything the Brotherhood had said. Then hands pushed from the walls, hundreds of them. They seized greaves, weapons, ankles and armor seals, clutching with enough strength to arrest an Astartes' stride. A Grey Knight near the rear was dragged knee-deep into living masonry before his brothers could react. He hacked downward with his sword, severing grasping arms, but more hands emerged around his waist. Demons were already closing. "Hold," the trapped warrior voxed. "I can free." Ganelon saw the time that rescue would cost. "Incinerator, purge that section." The Grey Knight looked directly at him. There was no accusation in the helm lenses. Confirmed. White fire-covered wall, demon and brother together. His armor protected him for several seconds. The flesh around him did not survive as long. Human hands blackened and curled. Mouths screamed until their tongues burned away. The trapped knight kept firing his stormbolter through the flames, killing demons while the heat overwhelmed his failing wards. When his ammunition cooked off, detonations tore open his breastplate and sprayed the wall with burning fragments of armor and meat. Ganelon had already turned away. More hands emerged ahead. "Maintain advance." The incinerators burned corridors through architecture that screamed with the voices of the dead. Some voices belonged to enemies, some to brothers. All became ash. The chamber of the Nexus appeared empty when they finally reached it. That alone warned Ganelon more effectively than any demonic roar. It was a circular vault suspended between the inverted towers, with a ritual core hanging at its center inside a cage of black ribs. Blue light pulsed through channels extending from the core into every bridge and tower around it. No cultists guarded the chamber. No horrors waited in formation. Ganelon raised one hand. His brotherhood stopped. "It is present." A Justicar beside him searched the vault with psychic senses.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
"Where?" Ganelon did not answer because the demon struck before either of them found it. A grey knight on the right flank was cut in half at the waist by a blade that appeared from empty air. His upper body fell backwards, still firing. Another warrior vanished beneath a sudden burst of blue flame. Then the attacker manifested in front of them, a tall robed shape with 6 arms and a narrow avian skull crowned by twisting horns. Stormbolters opened, the demon disappeared. Bolts passed through the place it had occupied and struck the wall. It reappeared behind the second rank. 3 false copies appeared with it. All possessed substance, all attacked. One drove a sword through a grey knight's spine. Another opened its hands and released a psychic force that folded a warrior's breastplate inward, crushing both hearts beneath silver ceramite. Ganelon struck one copy and felt resistance, then watched it dissolve after his blade passed through. "Do not fire upon what you see," he ordered. The words sounded absurd even within the insanity of Corian 9. His brothers understood. Find the absence. The demon was not merely hiding itself. It was directing perception around its true location, forcing minds to notice everywhere except where it stood. Ganelon closed his eyes. The Brotherhood followed through psychic discipline. Visual data vanished. Machine overlays were already mistrusted. What remained was the pressure of minds trained to sense warp corruption more reliably than sight. There, between 2 false manifestations, existed a region that felt unnaturally empty. Fire on the void. Storm bolters and psycannons turned toward apparently vacant air. The first rounds struck nothing. Then blood appeared. Blue-black, smoking, falling from a wound in something the eye had refused to acknowledge. The illusion ruptured. The true demon became visible inside the negative space, larger than its copies, its limbs wrapped around itself like a folded insect. The Grey Knights attacked without allowing it to restore the deception. Nemesis weapons struck from 3 directions. The demon translated a few meters through the warp, reappearing beside Ganelon. He anticipated movement rather than destination and turned as it arrived. His blade entered one of its arms. Its talon entered him. The claw punched through the missing pauldron and drove beneath his ribs. Ganelon felt ceramite split, then flesh. The talon passed through one lung, tore across organs deep inside his torso, and emerged near his lower back. For an instant, he was lifted from the floor upon it, the demon's beaked face lowered toward his. "I have seen your ending." Blood filled Ganelon's mouth. "Then you have wasted sight." He locked both hands around his nemesis weapon and drove it upward beneath the creature's jaw. His brothers struck at the same moment. Halberds entered its spine. A hammer smashed through one knee. Psychic force discharged in synchrony. The demon convulsed around Ganelon, its talon tearing a wider path through him as it died. Then it exploded into warp fire, dropping the Grand Master onto his boots. He remained standing. That was enough. His enhanced physiology began sealing what it could. It could not seal everything. One lung had collapsed. Blood flooded his abdominal cavity. Something vital had been torn beyond regeneration. Ganelon knew his own body too well to lie to himself. Minutes, perhaps longer if he remained still, which he would not. A brother approached. "Grand Master, you were wounded. Continue to the core." "An apothecary." Ganelon turned his head. The warrior stopped. The core first. He withheld the scale of the injury because knowledge altered behavior. If they knew he was dying, they would assign protection to him, adjust formations around him, perhaps attempt extraction. Ghargatuloth had taught them the danger of information. Ganelon saw no reason not to use the lesson himself. The nexus was exposed within moments. The black ribs surrounding it parted under concentrated Psychanon fire, revealing a sphere of blue-white energy rotating above a pit filled with chained bodies. Ganelon ordered sanctified charges placed at every structural anchor. The surviving Western Grey Knights obeyed, while the sound of the approaching horde grew from every bridge leading toward the vault. Hundreds of feet, thousands. Screams layered over screams. The fortress itself shuddered beneath the mass. Ganelon watched the demolition runes turn green one after another. "Withdrawal axis toward Mandulis," he said. His senior Justicar looked at him. "The approaches will close before the charges arm." "Not if they are held," the Justicar understood. "I will assign a rear guard." "No." Ganelon removed the empty magazine from his storm bolter and inserted his last. "You will take every surviving brother." Silence entered the psychic link. "Grand Master." "That is an order." The Justicar looked at the blood now running freely beneath Ganelon's armor. Understanding came. He bowed his head once. "By your will." No protest followed. The survivors withdrew across the nearest bridge, carrying wounded brothers who could still contribute to the mission, and abandoning those whose injuries made movement impossible. Ganelon waited until the last psychic identification moved beyond the chamber. Then he severed himself from the Western Brotherhood's active command net and transferred authority to Mandulis. The horde entered. He killed the first demon with his storm bolter, the second with the same burst. Horrors came across all three bridges simultaneously, climbing over one another, flamers moving behind them, larger shapes forcing their way through the packed mass. Ganelon fired until his final magazine ran dry. He let the weapon hang useless beneath his wrist and took his nemesis blade in both hands. The first horror reached him. He cut it from shoulder to pelvis. The next lost its head. A third tore claws across his damaged side and opened the wound farther. Blood poured down his thigh. He killed it. More came. He gave ground deliberately until his back stood against the Nexus cage. The demon host surrounded him in a wall of teeth, eyes, fire, and changing flesh. Ghargatuloth's voices spoke through all of them. Grand Master, abandoned, forgotten, spent. Ganelon drove his sword through a screaming mouth and ripped it sideways through 3 bodies. Correct, he said. His strength began failing before his discipline did. One knee buckled, he forced it straight. A horror tore away the broken plating from his shoulder and bit into exposed muscle. Ganelon killed it with the pommel of his weapon. Warp fire struck his back. The remaining script upon his armor burned black. Talons entered his abdomen through the wound already opened by the greater demon. Something seized his left arm and pulled until the joint dislocated with a wet crack. He shifted the sword to his right hand and continued killing. There was no path out. There had never needed to be one. The charges completed their final sanctification cycle beneath him. Ganelon felt their readiness through the primitive psychic triggers. Around him the host surged, certain at last that quantity had achieved what deception could not. He activated the charges. The Western Nexus became a sun beneath Corion 9. Sanctified detonations struck the ritual core from every side. The stored warp power turned inward first, compressing until the chamber became white. Then it erupted. The inverted fortress disappeared. Towers shattered from their foundations and fell upward, downward, and sideways at once. Bridges vanished beneath sheets of psychic fire. Tens of thousands of demons were annihilated before they could return to the immaterium by any orderly transition. The explosion punched through kilometers of barrow structure and continued toward the surface as a column of silver-white flame surrounded by blue lightning. Ritual nodes along the Western network overloaded in sequence. Valleys collapsed. Sacrificial pits opened into chasms. Entire demon concentrations ceased to exist. Ganelon vanished at the center of it, with his weapon still in his hand and enemies tearing at his body. Mandulis felt his death. There was no cry, only the sudden absence of a presence that had accompanied his own through wars whose details few living beings could ever have been permitted to know. The psychic command lattice contracted around the loss. Mandulis stopped for one heartbeat while Ganelon's surviving warriors transferred into his authority. Western Nexus destroyed, Martel said. Mandulis looked toward the distant pulse of light traveling through the barrow walls. Confirmed. Integrate survivors. Continue advance. There was no prayer, no funeral. Corion 9 remained alive, and therefore mourning remained irrelevant. The ceiling above them opened an eye. It was enormous. Its bloodshot sclera spread across tens of meters of stone, the pupil a vertical abyss. Faces formed around it in the wall, thousands packed into the black rock. One pushed farther forward than the others. Ganelon's face. Blood covered its mouth exactly as it had in life. Mandulis, it whispered. The Grand Master raised his storm bolter and fired until the face and eye were both pulp and shattered stone. The surviving count settled at 123 combat-effective Grey Knights. One Grand Master was dead. Somewhere beneath them, Ghargatuloth laughed harder than before. Malquiant knew Ganelon was dead before Mandulis spoke his name. The knowledge entered the Southern Brotherhood as an alteration in pressure, a sudden absence where one of 3 vast psychic presences had stood since planetfall. For hours, the Grand Masters had existed within the campaign as fixed points around which the remaining Grey Knights oriented themselves, 3 disciplined wills maintaining separate fronts against a world that continually attempted to make direction, time, and identity meaningless. Ganelon's destruction changed that geometry. Ghargatuloth's attention, once divided between three centers of resistance, contracted upon the two that remained. Malchiant felt it almost immediately. The walls around his force began whispering more loudly. The aegis fields of wounded knights flickered under increasing pressure. Shapes moved at the limits of perception with greater confidence than before. He reached toward Mandulis through the psychic command lattice and waited until identity had been confirmed beyond all spoken countersigns. "The western pressure is shifting south and inward," Malchiant said. "It will divide between us." Mandulis' answer came weighted with Ganelon's absence but not grief. "Agreed." Malchiant studied the converging signatures visible only through psychic sense. "Then I will ensure it chooses me." There was a pause. "Your strength?" Mandulis asked. "Sufficient to attract what follows." That was all the explanation required. Malchiant did not describe the choice as sacrifice. Sacrifice implied that his life possessed some independent value being surrendered for a higher purpose. On Corian 9, lives had already been converted into ammunition, warding anchors, delaying actions, and minutes purchased for another attack axis. The surviving warriors under his command were resources of extraordinary rarity, but resources nonetheless. If the southern force could draw enough of Ghargatuloth's host away from Mandulis, the central spearhead might reach the necropolis before the demon completed its own preferred incarnation. Malchiant sent the revised disposition through the Brotherhood. The southern elements would increase psychic visibility, strike every secondary node within reach, and deliberately create the impression of a renewed attempt upon the southern nexus chain. Mandulis would reduce emissions and drive toward the core. Every Grey Knight understood what followed from the order. None asked whether withdrawal would remain possible afterward. Malchiant looked across silver armor blackened by warp fire and scored by demon claws. "We become the louder blade," he said. One Justicar inclined his helm, and the other reaches the heart. Precisely. The temporal distortion began without any obvious transition. Malchiant's forward squads crossed a circular chamber whose ceiling had collapsed around a central pillar of blue crystal. Cult bodies lay stacked around the walls, and spent bolter casings covered the floor near the eastern passage. The Grey Knights killed 6 horrors guarding the chamber and entered the western exit. 3 minutes later, they emerged from the eastern passage and found the same 6 horrors waiting to be killed. The corpses from the first engagement were gone. The shell casings remained. A brother lifted one from the floor and found his own squad mark scratched across its base. "We have been here." Malchiant looked toward the western passage. Again, they crossed. The same chamber returned, but this time there were 9 horrors. A Grey Knight near the rear wore a gouge across his breastplate that had not existed during the first crossing. Another found ammunition missing from a magazine he distinctly remembered replacing. On the 4th passage, a warrior saw himself standing at the opposite side of the chamber, fighting something that had not yet entered. The duplicate looked toward him for a fraction of a heartbeat before a demon blade penetrated its throat. 3 minutes later, the same Grey Knight reached that position and heard claws approaching from behind. Time inside the southern barrows had ceased behaving as sequence. Wounds appeared before blows. Spent ammunition preceded shots. Commands echoed through passages before Malchiant issued them. A Justicar rounded a corner and found the severed hand of one of his brothers lying upon the floor, still gripping a nemesis sword. The warrior to whom the hand belonged stood behind him with both arms intact. Moments later, a creature emerged through the wall and severed that same arm at the wrist. The blade fell exactly where the Justicar had already found it. Autosenses became worthless. Chronometers disagreed by hours, then days, then negative intervals that machine spirits could not express without filling displays with error runes. Malkiant ordered every temporal readout extinguished. No clocks, no predictive systems. Do not trust memory of sequence. One of his brothers asked, "What do we trust?" Malquiant planted the pommel of his nemesis weapon against the floor. One another. He established a litany without reference to time. The words themselves mattered less than the shared psychic cadence with which they were spoken. Every Grey Knight fixed upon the rhythm created by the Brotherhood rather than any external measure. My will is the Emperor's blade. My brother is the Emperor's shield. The warp has no dominion over purpose. The first repetition passed through dozens of minds simultaneously. On its completion, they advanced. The chamber returned. They repeated it again. My will is the Emperor's blade. My brother is the Emperor's shield. The warp has no dominion over purpose. They advanced farther. Demons appeared before the next cycle and were destroyed without altering the cadence. A brother lost part of his shoulder to warp fire and continued reciting while blood ran down his armor. Another fell dead midway through the words. The remaining minds closed around the absence and preserved the rhythm. Malquiant felt the distortion resist them. The labyrinth could alter clocks. It could reorder events. It could place consequences before causes. It could not easily alter a disciplined psychic reference carried collectively through every loop. Each repetition moved them closer to the true exit. The eastern wall became transparent for several heartbeats, revealing cult sorcerers standing beyond it around tall braziers of blue fire. Their mouths moved in counterpoint to the Grey Knight's litany. Malquiant understood. The loop was not self-sustaining. It had anchors. Before he could redirect the Brotherhood, another psychic presence entered from a passage that had not existed during the previous cycle. Kemuel emerged at the head of his surviving purgation elements, armor marked by soot and demon ichor, psycannons already raised. His identity struck the Brotherhood bond before visual recognition could be trusted. "Grandmaster," he said, "we detected recursive pressure around your position." Malquiant pointed toward the wall, sorcerous anchors behind it. Kemuel examined the translucent stone once. "Then the wall is irrelevant." Psycannons opened at point-blank range. Sanctified rounds tore the stone apart in great chunks, each impact breaking another fraction of the temporal distortion. The hidden chamber beyond erupted into chaos. Cult sorcerers turned from their braziers, surprised only briefly before storm bolter fire began detonating bodies among them. Kemuel directed his weapons without haste. Left brazier, center sigil, right conductor, incinerators prepare. A sorcerer wearing an iron cage around his skull raised both hands and continued chanting after a psycannon burst removed everything below his sternum. His upper body remained suspended in the air by ribbons of blue energy, lungs exposed, intestines hanging in torn ropes beneath what remained of his ribs. The words still came. Kemuel walked through the gunfire until he stood directly before the ruined thing. "Persistent conduit," he observed. He raised an incinerator. White flame enveloped the sorcerer. Skin vanished, then muscle, then the last organs still moving under sorcerous compulsion. The chanting continued from a blackening skull for several seconds more. Kemuel kept the flame upon it until the bone glowed orange and collapsed. Conduit terminated. The loop broke. The southern barrows answered by opening every route at once. Horrors flooded the passages in packed masses, pink forms surging ahead while blue horrors clawed their way out of destroyed bodies, almost faster than bolter fire could reduce them. Flamers descended from ruptures in the ceiling, their sorcerous fire crawling around corners like predatory liquid. Screamers came through cracks too narrow for their bodies and widened them by cutting the stone apart as they passed. Beyond the immediate chambers, corrupted sorcerers occupied sacrificial towers built into vast vertical galleries, directing warp fire down upon the grey knights from balconies lined with crucified bodies. Malkiant reorganized the Brotherhood before the first wave hit. Layered formation. Bolters take the approach. Purgation elements strike concentrations. Incinerators retain until closure. Blades on contact. There was no need to explain the doctrine. The surviving Grey Knights moved into it like components returning to a familiar machine. Storm bolters spoke first. The front ranks of horrors burst apart under disciplined fire, glowing bodies exploding against those behind them. Blue forms emerged and were met by the second layer. Psi cannons struck deeper into the horde, punching corridors through dense warp matter and bringing entire knots of demons apart in flashes of sanctified violence. When flamers came low enough to attack, purgators shifted fire upward without disrupting the ground lanes. One was destroyed above the formation and fell through its own dissolving body like burning rain. Then the horde reached incinerator range. White flame consumed the tunnels. Demons screamed as their forms lost cohesion. Cultists hidden among them died more materially, their skin blistering from muscle, their eyes boiling, their clothing fusing to flesh before collapsing into burning heaps beneath the feet of those still advancing. Finally, distance vanished altogether. Nemesis blades took over. Halberds cut through torsos. Swords severed arms and heads. Hammers struck with enough psychic, forced to burst lesser demons into sheets of fading light. The Brotherhood gave ground one measured pace at a time, never because fear compelled it, only because geometry demanded room to keep killing. Malkiant saw the Avatar approach through 3 different bodies before he recognized the single will animating them. First, it wore the form of a silver-armored warrior emerging from the demon ranks. Then the armor split and became a 4-legged beast covered in eyes. A heartbeat later, the beast rose as a burning saint draped in robes of white fire, one hand extended as though in benediction. Malquiant, it said in a voice that made several Grey Knights' Aegis wards flare. Do you know me? He did not answer. The saint became a wounded Grey Knight with half his face missing. Brother. Malkiant struck. The creature changed before the blade landed, becoming a serpentine mass that twisted around the blow and opened mouths along its length. Each transformation demanded a different instinctive response. Each form tried to force him to reconsider angle, reach, target, and significance. Then it became Malkiant. The likeness was exact down to the damage upon his armor. The false Grandmaster raised a nemesis weapon identical to his own. Which of us is the error? Malkiant closed his eyes. His brothers continued fighting around him while he abandoned sight entirely. The Avatar's faces ceased to matter. Its false armor ceased to matter. Shape was information, and information was Ghargatuloth's preferred battlefield. Beneath appearance, Malkiant felt the warp presence itself, a shifting knot of malicious purpose wrapped in transformations. He attacked that. His blade moved toward what his eyes would have shown as empty air. The avatar screamed. Silver fire split one of its concealed limbs. It changed again, but Malquiant never opened his eyes. The creature became beast, saint, child, corpse, demon, and Grand Master in rapid succession. None altered the psychic location of its core quickly enough. Malquiant struck twice more. The final blow drove his nemesis weapon through the knot of will beneath every mask. Psychic force erupted. Every stolen shape appeared simultaneously, layered upon one another in a grotesque tower of contradictory bodies, and then all of them tore apart. The false order from Mandulis arrived before Malquiant opened his eyes. It entered the psychic command link with perfect authentication. The presence was correct. The cadence of thought was correct. Even the subtle pressure by which Mandulis habitually conveyed command priority had been reproduced. Southern Brotherhood, disengage immediately. Abandon the convergence and withdraw towards surface extraction. Repeat. Preserve remaining strength. The central assault is terminated. Malquiant listened once. Kemuel turned toward him. Authentication is valid. Yes. Psychic identity also. Yes. The voice came again. Malquiant, withdraw. Malquiant looked at the horde filling the passages and then toward the psychic darkness where Mandulis's true objective lay. False. Kemuel did not ask how he knew. Malquiant answered anyway. Mandulis would order us to die before he ordered retreat with Ghargatuloth unbanished. The false Mandulis spoke with sudden anger. You presume to know my will? No, Malquiant said. I know the mission. The command vanished. Ghargatuloth had reproduced voice, codes, psychic signature, and authority. What it had failed to reproduce was understanding. The demon knew the contents of Grey Knight doctrine without comprehending the species of commitment that doctrine had created. Information could describe sacrifice. It could not necessarily understand men who had already removed survival from the equation. Malquiant chose the southern convergence as his final position. The terrain narrowed between 3 sacrificial towers and the entrance to a secondary ritual node whose destruction would collapse the southern approach behind them. He ordered every ammunition reserve opened. Damaged warriors surrendered intact magazines, ward plates, and fuel reservoirs to those best positioned to use them. Incapacitated brothers were moved into firing recesses from which retreat would be impossible, but fields of fire remained clear. One Grey Knight, whose legs had been crushed beneath falling stone, braced a psi cannon across his lap. Another, with one functioning arm, was locked into the corner of a barricade so his armor servos could hold him upright. Apothecaries stopped preparing wounded men for extraction and began preparing them to remain conscious longer. Kemuel understood the arrangement before Malquiant spoke to him. You are preserving the purgation elements. Mandulis will require heavy support at the central necropolis. Kemuel looked toward the prepared killing ground. And you will require it here. I require time. You carry capability forward. There was no sentiment in Kemuel's answer. Understood. Malquiant ordered him away with the handful of purgators whose weapons remained functional. They departed through a narrow route toward Mandulis's axis, while the rest of the Brotherhood completed preparations. Ammunition boxes were opened and emptied into firing positions. Sanctified charges were embedded in supporting pillars. The wounded took their places. Malquiant stood at the center of the convergence and felt the host approaching through every wall and floor. The sound became physical long before the first demon appeared. Scraping claws, chanting, laughter, wings striking stone. hundreds of thousands of small impacts merging into one continuous vibration. His senior Justicar looked toward him. No extraction. No. No relief. No. The Justicar raised his halberd. Then the position is uncomplicated. The first wave entered the killing lanes and ceased to exist. Storm bolters fired without conservation. Psy cannons hammered dense formations until their barrels glowed. Incinerators turned approaches into white furnaces through which demon shapes staggered and dissolved. The Grey Knights did not retreat because retreat had been removed from the plan. Every meter around the convergence became layered with corrupted human bodies, spent casings and residue from destroyed manifestations. Cult sorcerers climbed the sacrificial towers and were shot apart. One continued crawling after a bolt around removed his pelvis, pulling himself through the remains of his own abdomen until a second shell detonated his skull. Screamers descended through the open vault and struck the formation like thrown blades. A wounded Grey Knight was lifted from his position and torn apart in the air, his lower body falling back among his brothers while the upper half vanished into the swarm. The firing never paused. Ammunition ran dry by sections. Those sections transitioned to blades. Malkiant felt the defensive perimeter contract. One firing recess went silent. Then another. Psychic presences vanished from the Brotherhood bond in quick succession, not as cries, but as extinguished lights. The southern ritual node beneath them grew brighter as battle fed the machinery it was meant to destroy. That was expected. Malkiant had positioned every surviving brother according to the geometry required for the final counterstroke. Their Aegis fields overlapped through the chamber. Their deaths weakened the pattern, but the psychic force they had already committed remained within it long enough to serve. When only a few positions continued firing, Malkiant lowered his weapon. "Brothers," he said. Those still alive understood. They ceased attempting to conserve themselves. Every remaining Grey Knight opened his mind to the Brotherhood completely. Psychic force gathered through the Aegis network, passing from warrior to warrior until the chamber seemed to tighten around the pressure. Malkiant drew it inward. The ritual node beneath his feet responded. Ghargatuloth's host surged, sensing what was happening. Demons overran the last barricades. A horror sank its claws into a Grey Knight's throat seal and tore his head sideways. Another brother disappeared beneath flamers. Warp fire covered Malkiant's armor and burned half the scripture from his chest. He remained standing. "By the Emperor's will," he said, "be denied." The Brotherhood answered as one mind. Malkiant drove the collected force downward. The southern node collapsed. Reality folded toward the point beneath his feet. Demons, Grey Knights, sacrificial towers, and the barrow chamber itself were drawn inward for one impossible instant before psychic force erupted outward. Silver fire crossed blue. Stone became vapor. The surviving horrors vanished. Screamers caught in the blast were reduced to streaks of dissolving shadow. Cultists disappeared before their bodies, had time to burn. The last Grey Knights of Malquiant's Brotherhood were consumed within the same light they had created. Malquiant vanished with them. No body remained. Mandulis felt the Southern Command presence disappear and did not stop walking. Kemuel reached him later with the surviving purgation elements. Fragments from Ganelon's Brotherhood arrived through another route. Armor broken, heraldry burned away, weapons carried from dead hands. Other scattered survivors followed in 2s and 3s, each identity verified psychically before entry into the formation. When the final count settled, 71 Grey Knights remained combat effective. Mandulis looked upon them. There were no longer 3 brotherhoods. There were no longer 3 fronts. He reorganized the survivors by function rather than lineage. Terminators under Martel formed the penetration element. Kemuel retained control of every surviving Psycanon and incinerator. Justinian gathered the most intact strike brethren. Wounded warriors capable of firing remained in the line. The heraldry of Ganelon and Malquiant stayed upon their armor, but operationally, every survivor now belonged to one temporary brotherhood under Mandulis alone. Ahead, the central necropolis waited beneath a storm of psychic pressure so great that the stone around it breathed. Behind them came the host of Corian 9. Mandulis raised his lightning-shaped nemesis sword. "Brothers," he said, "the campaign is ended." 71 Grey Knights faced him in silence. The assault begins now. 71 Grey Knights remained, and Mandulis ceased pretending that the formations which had descended upon Corian 9 still existed. Ganelon's brotherhood had died in the west. Malquiant's had burned itself away in the south. Heraldry remained upon shattered pauldrons and blackened knee guards, but heraldry no longer dictated command. Mandulis assembled the survivors beneath the broken vault of a ritual chamber whose ceiling opened upon a sky full of moving demons and reorganized them according to what they could still do. Martel took the remaining Terminators and every warrior whose armor retained enough ward integrity to survive the first impact of a breach. Kemuel gathered the surviving Purgators, combining Psychonon bearers and incinerator carriers from squads that had lost their Justicars, their ammunition servitors, and most of their original brothers. Justinian received the warriors whose armor was still mobile enough for rapid withdrawal and counterattack, and Mandulis placed them behind the main body as the rear guard. The rest were arranged not by former brotherhood, but by weapon, psychic strength, and degree of injury. One warrior with a shattered left hand became a Stormbolter bearer because his right arm still functioned. Another, whose Aegis lattice had failed across half his breastplate, was moved inward, protected by brothers whose wards remained intact. 3 apothecaries were distributed through the formation rather than kept together. Mandulis looked across them and felt the psychic presence of every surviving knight settle into a single pattern. 3 brotherhoods had become one. 300 blades had been ground down until only one remained, smaller than before, but harder because there was nothing left in it that had not survived the worst Corian 9 could do. Orbital support ended not with a command, but with silence. The battered ships above continued fighting for whatever control of the void remained possible, but the storms over the central continent had thickened into a psychic wall. Vox bursts reached the surface as broken syllables. Auspec's returns arrived minutes late or described terrain that no longer existed. Aircraft sent down toward the Grey Knights vanished inside the upper cloud layers and did not return. Mandulis had already ceased expecting reinforcement when the sound of engines came through the demonic sky. Every surviving brother looked upward. A thunderhawk emerged through the living canopy, trailing black smoke and blue fire from one wing, its hull scored so deeply that portions of the sanctified plating had peeled away. Screamers followed it in packs. Something larger struck the transport from above and tore away part of the tail assembly. The pilot did not climb. He forced the damaged craft lower, skimming the ruined plane at suicidal speed while the cargo ramp opened. Armored crates tumbled out behind him, bouncing across stone and breaking open under impact. Sanctified ammunition scattered in glittering brass arcs. Medical caskets split, spilling sealants, combat stimulants, gene seed receptacles, and warding unguents into the dust. The Thunderhawk passed over the Grey Knights low enough that Mandulis could see the pilot through the cockpit glass. No words were exchanged. The aircraft banked as if to circle. Then 3 screamers struck its remaining engine. Flame exploded along the fuselage. The pilot turned the dying machine not toward open ground, but into the densest cluster of demonic flyers above the necropolis approach. The Thunderhawk disappeared into them. Its reactors detonated a heartbeat later, and burning fragments of demons and aircraft fell together across the horizon. The resupply halted the advance for less than 3 minutes. Grey Knights moved among the broken crates with the efficiency of armourers servicing weapons between volleys. Storm bolter magazines were checked, sanctified seals verified, and loaded directly into gauntlet housings. Psy-cannon feeds passed from dead Purgator's reserve allotments to Kemuel's surviving gunners. Incinerator fuel reservoirs were weighed by touch and redistributed according to who still possessed functional ignition systems. Warding oils were applied by gauntleted fingers over scripture that had been burned black, the ritual as practical as replacing a damaged armor seal. Apothecaries moved between brothers who should have been laid upon surgical altars for weeks. They injected clotting agents into punctured organs, sealed ruptured lungs with expanding alchemical foam, and forced combat stimulants into warriors whose enhanced physiology had already exceeded safe limits. One Grey Knight stood without moving, while an apothecary cut away a section of fractured abdominal plate, pushed a length of exposed intestine back inside with 2 armored fingers, and sealed the opening beneath a temporary ceramite patch. "You have internal bleeding," the apothecary said. "Can it be stopped?" "Not here." "Then do not spend time describing it." The warrior reclaimed his halberd. Nemesis blades were wiped clean of blood, fat and physical debris, though no whetstone touched them. Edge was secondary. What made such weapons lethal to the warp was the will driven through them, and the minds carrying them were still sharp enough. The Land Raider arrived from the ruins after the last ammunition crates had been stripped. It had belonged to one of the Western elements, and should have died there. Its silver hull was almost unrecognizable beneath scorch marks, gouges, and patches of black residue that twitched when exposed to light. One sponson weapon was gone. The other traversed with a grinding reluctance. Warding script across the glacis had been repaired using lines carved directly through damaged armor, the fresh grooves filled with consecrated oil and the blood of the brothers who had sanctified them. Its driver reported nothing beyond status. Mobility impaired, primary weapon functional, auspex unreliable. Mandulis looked toward the necropolis. "Then you are the point." The Land Raider advanced. It smashed through the outer ruins without reducing speed. Stone walls that had stood for forgotten millennia collapsed beneath its armored prow. Heavy weapons opened against concentrations of demons ahead, turning the approach into a succession of explosions, shredded warp matter and flying debris. Grey Knights moved in the vehicle's wake until the enemy began climbing onto the hull faster than the remaining defensive weapons could remove them. Screamers struck the roof and raked grooves through ceramite. Horrors clung to track housings and tried to force limbs beneath armor plates. Mandulis ordered warriors onto the exterior. Silver-armored figures rode the Land Raider like executioners upon a moving fortress, Nemesis weapons rising and falling as the vehicle plowed forward. One Grey Knight drove his halberd through a demon attached to the frontal plate and used the blade as a lever to tear the creature free. Another hacked both arms from a horror crawling toward the driver's vision slit, then kicked the still screaming body beneath the tracks. It disappeared with a wet crunch as demon matter and corrupted human corpses became compacted into the mechanisms. The Land Raider slowed, but did not stop. Its tracks crushed through piles of cult dead, dragging lengths of intestine, cloth, bone, and impossible blue flesh into the running gear until the whole machine sounded like a mill grinding meat. A warp breach opened beneath it without warning. The ground ceased to exist. Violet light split the plane from one side of the approach to the other, and the Land Raider's forward half dropped into empty space. Its engine screamed as the rear tracks spun uselessly against the edge. Grey Knights riding the hull jumped clear. One did not make it. He slid backward, caught the rim with one gauntlet, and hung for a heartbeat while the vehicle tilted above him. A demon hand emerged from the breach and seized his leg. He looked once toward the nearest brother, then cut his own grip free before a rescue attempt could be made. Knight and Land Raider fell together into the violet depth. The vehicle continued firing as it descended. Its last visible lass burst struck something enormous rising in the breach. Then light closed over both. The approach beyond was occupied by the wounded. Thousands of cultists lay across the road to the necropolis in heaps, rows, and tangled masses. Some had been injured during earlier fighting. Others had wounds too deliberate to be accidental. Men with severed feet crawled on their elbows. Others sat chained together with their abdominal cavities opened and packed with parchment covered in shifting script. Some begged, some laughed. Some stared vacantly at the Grey Knights as if whatever remained of their minds had already departed. Among them moved possessed bodies pretending to be injured, but there was no reliable means of identifying one from another without stopping to examine them. Mandulis did not stop. Justinian came beside him. The road is seeded. Yes, some are merely wounded. There is no merely on this world. Mandulis looked upon the mass and saw what Ghargatuloth expected him to see. Uncertainty. The possibility that one human life among thousands remained free of corruption. A moral hesitation stretched across a kilometre of approach. "Incinerators forward," he ordered. "Nothing remains behind us." The first sheets of white fire rolled across the wounded before the Grey Knights entered the field. Screams rose immediately. Men who had been too weak to crawl found strength enough to thrash as flames covered them. Skin blistered and burst. Hair vanished in flashes. Clothing fused to flesh. Those chained together became burning knots of bodies, each man's movements pulling against the others, until tendons tore and blackened limbs separated. Possessed cultists revealed themselves in death, torsos splitting open to release things made of eyes and flame, only for Psy-cannon rounds to destroy the manifestations before they reached full shape. Some wounded called upon the Emperor. Some cursed him. Some begged the Grey Knights by title. None received an answer. The formation advanced behind the incinerators at a fixed pace, stormbolters destroying anything that remained capable of movement. By the time Mandulis crossed the center of the field, molten fat ran through cracks in the stone, and the air had become dense with greasy smoke. Compassion had not vanished from the Imperium. It had simply become tactically unusable here. The outer necropolis rose ahead of them so vast that scale became difficult to judge. Its gate towers extended into the storm layer, kilometers of black stone interwoven with petrified organic growths resembling ribs, tendons, and arteries turned to mineral. The doors themselves were thick enough to contain chambers within them. Eyes opened across the organic sections as the Grey Knights approached. Martel brought his terminators forward. Penetration element with me. Purgation support on the runic anchors. Chemuel identified the major conduits by psychic pressure rather than sight. Psy-cannons opened. Sanctified rounds hammered into growths protecting the hinges, blasting chunks of black flesh from the gate. The wounds bled something too dark to be blood. Demons poured from defensive recesses. Terminators met them without slowing. Martel reached the nearest runic anchor, planted a charge beneath a rib of stone, and moved to the next, while horrors clawed across his armor. The charges were set under fire. One Terminator disappeared beneath a descending mass of tentacles, and 3 brothers cut him free only after his left arm had been crushed flat inside the armor. Another had his breastplate split by a sorceress lance and continued placing charges while blood poured from the opening. Kemuel's gunners stripped the last protective growth from the central anchor. Martel transmitted the firing code. Detonate. The necropolis gate did not open. It collapsed. Kilometers of architecture gave way at once. Stone, petrified flesh, and defensive towers folded inward in an avalanche that drowned even the sound of bolter fire. Cultists massed beneath the walls looked upward too late. Thousands vanished under falling blocks large enough to crush armored vehicles. Demons were smashed into the ground or buried beneath fragments of their own fortress. Dust rolled outward like a storm front. Martel did not wait for it to clear. Advance through collapse. Terminators entered beneath falling debris while rocks still struck their shoulders. One was knocked to a knee by a slab that cracked his back plate. He rose and kept moving. The rest of the Brotherhood followed through a gate still in the process of dying. Beyond it waited a demon concentration so dense that Kemuel initially mistook it for terrain. The inner avenue appeared blocked by a rippling wall of pink, blue and black, extending from one necropolis structure to another. Then the wall moved. Thousands of horrors stood packed together, layered several bodies deep, with larger warp entities embedded among them and flamers hovering above like living artillery. Kemuel looked once at his remaining ammunition. Purgation elements, corridor pattern, incinerator's front, psi cannon's depth. Do not broaden the breach. White fire struck the first ranks. Demons blackened, twisted, and collapsed. Psi cannon fire passed over the burning front and punched deep into the mass, destroying larger manifestations before they could reinforce the opening. The Grey Knights advanced into a corridor they were creating moment by moment. Warp fire answered. One Purgator took a blast across the chest that burned through damaged wards and opened his armor. His body came apart inside the plate, blood and cooked tissue spraying from the seams as he fell. The psi cannon had barely touched the ground before another Grey Knight seized it. A second gunner lost both legs below the knees to a screamer. He remained conscious long enough to release his ammunition harness. His replacement detached the feed and moved on, while an apothecary gave the dying warrior a single glance. There was nothing useful to preserve. Kemuel's left incinerator team was reduced to one man. He carried the weapon of his dead brother in addition to his own fuel and continued burning the corridor until the seals around his gauntlets began to smoke. Equipment survived individuals. The mission survived squads. Nothing else possessed relevance. Martel heard Ghargatuloth while fighting at the head of the Terminators. The demon did not speak through Vox. It placed images directly into his perception. He saw one brother die beneath the next archway before it happened. Saw another decapitated by a blade descending from the left. Saw Kemuel fall with his armor split open. Saw Justinian disappear beneath demon bodies at the rear. Then he saw himself standing alone before Mandulis's corpse, while the necropolis closed around them. "You know their deaths," Ghargatuloth whispered. You have been shown the hour. What meaning remains in obedience when the ending is fixed? Martel did not reply. He saw the blade that would kill the brother beside him. The vision claimed it would descend from the left. Martel moved right, not to evade fate, but to strike a larger demon emerging through the strongest resistance. His Terminators followed him. "Captain," one voxed, "host concentration ahead." Then that is the direction of value. Knowledge did not alter the objective. The last barrier almost destroyed them. The necropolis itself began closing around the Brotherhood. Walls bent inward. Towers shifted across avenues that had been opened seconds earlier. Horrors attacked from the front while screamers descended through gaps overhead, and sorcerous fire poured from elevated galleries. Massive demons pushed through the smaller forms, using them as living cover. Justinian's rear guard was nearly sealed away when a wall of black stone rose between his warriors and the main body. He ordered his squad to fire directly into the structure while demons attacked from behind. Bolter rounds shattered the lower courses. A nemesis hammer widened the breach. 2 Grey Knights died holding the rear long enough for the others to crawl through. One was pulled backward by a mass of hands and disappeared beneath the horde. The second fought in the opening until 3 warp blades penetrated his abdomen and chest. Justinian saw him fall, placed a sanctified charge on the stone, and collapsed the passage behind them. At the front, Terminator armor finally began failing in numbers. A giant warp creature struck one knight across the torso and cracked his cuirass open from shoulder to waist. He killed it before his own organs spilled through the breach. Another Terminator lost his helm and most of his face to a stream of warp fire, yet continued advancing blind through psychic sense until a horror tore out his throat. Kemuel's Purgators ran low enough on ammunition that he began ordering individual bursts. 3 rounds, hold. 2 rounds, shift right, incinerator only on closure. Every shot became deliberate. Mandulis felt the Brotherhood contracting around him as psychic presences vanished. 71 became fewer, 60, 50. The exact progression did not matter until there were only 43 left capable of fighting. 43 Grey Knights reached the final inner gate. They did not breach it with charges. Mandulis, Martel, and the surviving Terminators placed nemesis weapons against the warded seam, while Kemuel's last psi cannons fired into the locking structure. The surviving Brotherhood gathered psychic force behind them. Silver light spread across the gate. The demon host struck the rear formation again. Justinian's men held. Mandulis pushed harder. The gate screamed. Then it opened. The chamber beyond was larger than the fortress containing it. Its roof disappeared into black storm clouds. Lightning moved through them without sound. The floor extended into darkness in every direction, carved with concentric circles so vast that whole battlefields could have been placed between them. At the center rose a column of black flesh broader than a fortress tower. It extended upward until distance swallowed it. Eyes covered its surface, thousands, tens of thousands. Some were human, others belonged to creatures that had never evolved beneath a real sun. Mouths opened between them at every scale, some small enough to whisper into a man's ear, others broad enough to swallow battle tanks. Teeth shifted inside those mouths in rows that changed whenever Mandulis tried to count them. Black flesh pulsed beneath everything, fed by veins as thick as transit tunnels. The surviving Grey Knights stopped, not from fear, from recognition. Every eye upon the pillar turned at once, every pupil fixed upon Mandulis. The mouths began smiling. The Prince of 1,000 Faces had finally stopped hiding behind other bodies. Ghargatuloth did not resemble a creature so much as a territory into which flesh had been forced to grow. The surviving Grey Knights stood at the threshold of the inner sanctum and looked upon something whose dimensions resisted the assumptions of mortal anatomy. Its black mass rose from the concentric ritual circles and climbed beyond the reach of lumen beams into cloud and darkness, wider at the base than the towers of lesser fortresses, its surface folding and unfolding in slow contractions, as though mountains of muscle were breathing beneath diseased skin. Eyes opened wherever the flesh tightened. Some were small enough to fit within a human skull. Others were vast translucent organs whose curved surfaces reflected whole squads of silver-armored warriors at once, making 43 Grey Knights appear as insects caught inside the wet shine of a predator's gaze. Mouths occupied the spaces between them. They whispered in High Gothic and Low Gothic, in Battle Cant, Binharic corruption, and languages whose civilizations had become dust before terror first possessed an emperor. One recited weapon maintenance rites in the voice of a dead chapter serf. Another transmitted strings of machine code loudly enough that Mandulis's damaged armor spirit tried to interpret them before he severed the process. A third mouth, no larger than a child's, repeated the final words of Ganelon with such perfect cadence that several brothers felt the dead Grandmaster's psychic presence suggested inside the sound. None mistook that suggestion for resurrection. Ghargatuloth was not a pillar carrying a demon within it. The pillar was merely the part of the demon reality had been forced to admit. Mandulis advanced one pace. Every eye upon the black mass followed him. The movement travelled upward for hundreds of meters, an obscene ripple of attention passing through thousands of pupils until the unseen summit turned toward him as well. A mouth opened at chest height. Its lips were those of an old man crowned in tarnished gold. Mandulis, it said, the voice bearing the dry authority of some forgotten ruler whose name had vanished from imperial record. You crossed my threshold when the stars were young. Another mouth tore open beside it, and the face of a Grey Knight emerged from the flesh, as though pushed outward from beneath black skin. Mandulis recognized the warrior. He had died more than a century before Corion 9. "Brother," the stolen face said, "you left me beneath the red moons." A third face surfaced. Ganelon. Blood darkened his mouth exactly as it had before death. The western road was wasted. Malkiant appeared above him, expression severe beneath a crown of warp fire. "You spent us poorly." Then another face grew from the pillar, and Mandulis found himself looking at himself. The counterfeit bore every crack in his armor, every scar upon his features, every line of fatigue around his eyes. "How many forms must I wear before you understand that all forms are records?" it asked. Mandulis raised his lightning-shaped nemesis sword. "None." Ghargatuloth's many mouths smiled. "Still you answer the face." Mandulis understood the purpose. Every likeness was an invitation to acknowledge identity, history, guilt, memory. The demon wanted reaction. It wanted him thinking about Ganelon instead of trajectory, Malkiant instead of ward strength, childhood instead of objective. "Ignore all manifestations of personal significance," he ordered. "The faces are weapon systems." The sanctum answered by becoming an archive. The walls changed first. Black stone became luminous and filled with moving images. Grey Knights saw boys kneeling beneath the gaze of recruiters whose faces had long been erased from conscious memory. They saw surgical chambers, hypno-indoctrination vaults, gene seed implantation, and the brutal trials that had reduced aspirants by numbers no chapter chronicle would ever show outsiders. Justinian saw himself younger, unarmored, and screaming beneath psychic conditioning. Kemuel saw a training hall on Titan and a Justicar who had died centuries ago. Martel saw his own hands before they had become gauntlets around weapons. Then the visions moved forward. Future deaths spread across the walls. One brother saw himself torn apart in the next minute. Another saw a route through the sanctum apparently leading to survival if he abandoned the formation at the third ritual circle. Tactical runes appeared across visor displays, despite the command systems having been stripped nearly bare. One set of coordinates promised a clear path to the demon's flank. Another warned that Martel had already been corrupted. Another displayed Mandulis as a confirmed hostile target. "Black all helm displays," Mandulis commanded. "Optics only. Psychic recognition remains primary." One by one, the remaining runes vanished. 43 warriors surrendered almost every advantage of their armor's sophisticated perception systems and continued with their own eyes, the Aegis, memorized geometry, and one another. Martel understood what Mandulis intended before the order formed. Phalanx. The surviving knights contracted. The strongest psychers moved toward the interior ranks. Those with the most intact armor and ammunition formed the outside. The psychic architecture of the formation assembled through long conditioning rather than shouted instruction. Every Aegis field touched another. Personal wards overlapped. Individual resistance became collective pressure. Mandulis felt the brotherhood gather itself until the air around them tightened, silver light appearing faintly along inscriptions cut into battered ceramite. "By the Emperor's will," he said, "advance." The phalanx moved. The reaction was immediate. Lesser demons throwing themselves toward the formation struck a region where reality had become hostile to them. Horrors blistered as they approached. Their colors faded. Limbs stretched into translucent shapes and then snapped back as if reality itself rejected them. One creature reached. The outer rank struck a Grey Knight's warded breastplate and screamed while its hands dissolved against the armor. The knight drove a nemesis sword through its face, and the creature vanished in a burst of blue fire. Warp entities circling farther out recoiled from the pressure. Even the surface of Ghargatuloth's pillar contracted where the collective Aegis approached, mouths closing, eyes clouding beneath their membranes. For the first time since planetfall, the Grey Knights were not simply enduring the demon's presence, they were forcing it backward. The price was concentration. Every step required psychic effort. The inner ranks walked with weapons lowered and minds turned toward maintaining the ward. Blood began running from some warriors' noses beneath their helmets. One brother's damaged Aegis lattice sparked across his breastplate and burned scripture into glowing lines. Outer ranks fired in disciplined bursts because no one could spare attention for waste. Storm bolters hammered demons approaching from the sides. Psycannons struck larger manifestations at range. Kemuel shifted his remaining purgators according to pressure, never allowing the formation to become lured toward a single threat. Left arc, 3 bursts, hold, right upper, Psycannon, front incinerators retain. The silver phalanx crossed the first ritual circle. The black pillar shuddered. The floor became flesh beneath them. Stone softened without transition. Grey Knight boots sank ankle-deep into warm tissue. Veins thick as cables rose through the surface. Hands erupted between advancing warriors, hundreds at first, and then thousands, fingers hooking around greaves and ankle joints. Bone spines punched upward with enough force to penetrate weakened armor seals. A knight near the left edge convulsed when one spike entered beneath his groin plate and emerged through the lower abdomen. His brothers killed the hands around him, but could not free him without stopping the formation. "Leave me," he ordered. His voice remained level even as blood filled his armor. Another brother severed the trapped knight's leg above the knee with one downward blow from a nemesis sword. The wounded warrior fell clear, the severed limb disappearing beneath the floor as mouths closed around it. An apothecary reached for him. The knight pushed the hand away. "Maintain the phalanx!" He sat upright against the living ground, locked his stormbolter toward the rear, and began firing. The Brotherhood advanced. Behind them, demons descended upon the abandoned warrior. His bolter continued for several seconds, then stopped beneath a mass of bodies and warp fire. Martel drove the penetration wedge ahead before Ghargatuloth could collapse the route completely. The remaining Terminators moved out from the phalanx in a compact spearhead, their armor carrying enough independent ward strength to survive brief separation. Vast guardians descended around the pillar. One possessed 6 wings and a body armored in overlapping crystal. Another moved upon legs like those of some carrion bird, while human arms grew in clusters from its chest. A third existed as a changing knot of horned heads surrounding a central eye. Martel chose none as a personal opponent. "Wedge upon the central route. Destroy what occupies it." Storm bolters opened at distances measured in paces. Explosive shells struck faces, eyes and joints. Terminators collided with greater demons amid explosions of sanctified ammunition and psychic force. One of Martel's brothers drove a nemesis hammer into the knee of the winged guardian. The creature collapsed forward and caught the warrior beneath one crystal claw, splitting his breastplate and crushing the ribcage inside. The Terminator continued striking until a second claw pulled him apart at the waist. Another brother fired his stormbolter directly into the central eye of the horned mass, emptying the magazine as tentacles wrapped around his armor. The eye exploded. The tentacles tightened and tore both arms from their sockets, pulling ceramite, cables, bone and muscle away together. Martel used the opening rather than attempting rescue. His blade severed 2 tentacles and entered the demon's central body. Psychic force burst through it. Forward. The surviving Terminators obeyed. One died. Then another. Martel kept the wedge pointed toward the base of the pillar because his task was not to defeat Ghargatuloth's guardians. His task was to make them stand somewhere that Mandulis did not need to. The flank collapsed behind Justinian. A wave of horrors emerged from the flesh floor and struck the right side of the phalanx, while screamers descended through the storm clouds overhead. Justinian's strike brethren wheeled outward to meet them. Their first volleys broke the demonic charge, but exposed them to warp fire from mouths opening across Ghargatuloth's body. Blue flame crossed the chamber like artillery. 3 grey knights vanished inside it. Justinian survived and saw the gap widening between his squad and Mandulis. "Rear right separation," he reported. Mandulis turned fractionally. Justinian felt the intent through psychic contact before the order came. Reinforcement would require the phalanx to rotate. Rotation would expose Mandulis' route to the pillar. "No reinforcement," Justinian said. Mandulis did not answer immediately. Justinian fired into the approaching horde. "Maintain axis." The Grand Master understood. Confirmed. That was all. Justinian and the surviving members of his squad formed a half circle around the open flank. Demons came at them from 3 directions. Nemesis halberds rose and fell. Stormbolters fired at point-blank range, detonating horrors close enough that incandescent matter splashed across silver plate. One brother disappeared when a screamer struck from above and carried him into the darkness. Another lost his helm and most of his skull to warp fire. Justinian continued calling targets. His final transmission came while the formation had already passed him. Pillar lower quadrant, third eye cluster from the western seam. Weak ward response. Mark it for purgation fire. Then static swallowed his voice. The surviving Grey Knights did not look back. The psychic lights of Justinian's squad disappeared one by one. Within moments, the entire flank was buried beneath demon bodies and unnatural flame. Kemuel had heard the correction. Purgation elements, third cluster, concentrated. Every surviving heavy weapon turned toward Ghargatuloth. Psycannons opened together. The demon's body reacted like landscape under bombardment. Sanctified shells tore into a cluster of enormous eyes near the pillar's base. One ruptured, spraying black fluid across the ritual floor. A second collapsed inward and became a mouth while it died, screaming machine code through broken teeth. Incinerators washed white flame across lower sections of the manifestation. Hundreds of smaller mouths caught fire. Tongues burned. Black skin split under heat, revealing layers of muscle filled with still more eyes. Chunks of flesh the size of armored vehicles tore free and struck the floor hard enough to shake the sanctum. They continued screaming after separation. One slab opened dozens of mouths and began crawling toward the Grey Knights upon finger-like tendons, until Stormbolter fire reduced it to pulp. Again, Kemuel ordered. The Psycannons fired. Ghargatuloth's wounds began closing even while they were created. Flesh folded inward. Ruptured eyes sank beneath the surface, and new ones opened around them. Burned mouths split the charred tissue and laughed as they reformed. The prince was being hurt. That mattered. It was not being killed. That mattered more. Mandulis felt the distinction. Firepower had forced physical reaction. The collective aegis had made the demon recoil. Neither had reached the thing beneath the manifestation. He looked at the lightning-shaped nemesis sword in his hand and understood what remained necessary. "Martel," he said. The brother captain answered from within the melee near the pillar. His Terminator wedge had been reduced to a handful of battered giants surrounded by dying warp entities. "I hold the root." "Hold it once more." Martel drove his weapon through the throat of a demon and answered, "By your will." The phalanx broke deliberately. Kemuel's Purgators fired everything remaining into the lower pillar. Martel and the Terminators forced the Guardians outward. The surviving Grey Knights poured psychic pressure forward in one violent surge. Mandulis ran. Hands burst from the ground beneath him. He cut them away without looking down. A mouth opened across the floor and screamed his forgotten mortal name. He stepped upon its tongue and severed it. Warpfire crossed behind him. Someone died. He did not turn. Ghargatuloth's surface filled his vision until there was nothing else. A wall of black flesh covered in eyes that looked upon him with memories no creature should have possessed. A face emerged directly ahead, Mandulis' own. "You are a record," it said. He struck. The nemesis sword entered black flesh to half its length. Mandulis opened his mind. Psychic force travelled through the weapon with the violence of a thunderbolt. The blade ceased to appear metallic and became a jagged line of white light embedded in the demon's body. For one instant, Ghargatuloth's thousands of mouths stopped speaking. Then the prince of 1,000 faces screamed. It was not laughter shaped like pain. It was not another stolen voice. It was the sound of something vast experiencing injury. Eyes burst across the pillar hundreds of meters above Mandulis. Black fluid rained through the sanctum. Mouths tore themselves open beyond their own jaws. The entire chamber convulsed. Towers cracked. Ritual circles split apart. Demons surrounding Martel lost coherence and collapsed, screaming. Mandulis felt the sword penetrate beyond flesh, beyond whatever material structure Ghargatuloth had constructed, and touch the warp essence beneath. The demon could be wounded. Ghargatuloth understood that at the same moment. Its rage changed the world. The pillar uprooted itself. Black flesh tore free from the ritual floor in masses larger than buildings. Beneath it was not a foundation, but an impossible anatomy of tendrils, arms, digestive cavities, mouths opening inside mouths and organs that existed partly outside physical space. Vast coils unwrapped from beneath the sanctum. Some were covered in fingernails, others in teeth. One contained thousands of human faces embedded beneath translucent skin, all screaming as the limb moved. The manifested body rose, and the psychic shockwave that followed struck the Grey Knights like the detonation of a weapon designed to kill souls. Mandulis was thrown across the chamber. His sword tore free. He struck the ground hard enough to crack the stone beneath him. Around him, warriors flew from their feet. One Grey Knight hit a pillar and burst blood from every joint in his armor. Another remained standing for a fraction of a second after the wave passed, then collapsed as vessels throughout his brain ruptured simultaneously. A Terminator's damaged breastplate folded inward under invisible pressure and crushed the organs beneath. Kemuel disappeared inside falling masonry. Martel was hurled through the corpse of a demon and vanished beneath black flesh. The necropolis began collapsing. Clouds descended through the broken roof. Towers leaned inward. Ritual galleries split open and dropped into depths filled with blue fire. Ghargatuloth's many mouths screamed contradictory prophecies while its enormous body rearranged itself above the ruin. Mandulis pushed himself onto one knee. His armor warned of internal damage before he blacked the display again. Blood filled his mouth. One arm resisted movement. He forced it to obey and reclaimed his sword. Psychic identification moved through the wreckage. One answer, then another. Too few. When the survivors had gathered enough for Mandulis to count by presence rather than machine report, only 22 Grey Knights remained capable of fighting. 22 from 300. Ghargatuloth towered above them, wounded flesh knitting around the scar left by Mandulis's blade. Thousands of eyes fixed upon the Grand Master again. This time none were smiling. Mandulis rose. The Prince of 1,000 Faces had finally given them his full attention. 22 Grey Knights stood beneath the wounded immensity of Ghargatuloth, and Mandulis abandoned every doctrine concerned with survival. There was no withdrawal route left to preserve, no reinforcement reserve waiting beyond the necropolis, no intact transport, no orbital fire that could be trusted, no second line upon which the remains of the Brotherhood might reform. Behind them, the inner sanctum had collapsed into a maze of living masonry and demon flesh. Ahead, the Prince of 1,000 Faces was tearing itself free from the ritual architecture that had birthed it. Black tendrils thicker than fortress towers pulling loose from pits filled with screaming mouths. Mandulis felt the remaining warriors through the psychic bond, every presence scarred, diminished, and still obedient. All ammunition expended without reserve, he ordered. No defensive allocation. No recovery action. No withdrawal. Kemuel acknowledged from somewhere to his left. Martel answered from beneath a broken arch. his Terminator plate fractured across the chest. The others followed through psychic recognition rather than vox. Mandulis raised the lightning-shaped Nemesis sword. We have reached the enemy. From this moment, every weapon exists for banishment. 22 Stormbolters rose. The last Grey Knights of Corian 9 advanced directly into the reach of a demon that had required 3 complete brotherhoods merely to approach. The remaining ammunition vanished with deliberate violence. Stormbolters fired continuously until sanctified magazines emptied, mass reactive shells striking the lower body of Ghargatuloth and the demons crowding around it. Eyes burst under the barrage. Mouths exploded into torn lips, shattered teeth and black fluid. Kemuel's surviving psi cannons hammered at deeper structures, each burst throwing slabs of demon flesh away from the pillar. Incinerators washed fire across tendrils writhing over the floor. The material shell burned reluctantly, splitting open to reveal layers of smaller mouths beneath the skin, each one chanting a different prophecy while flames consumed it. No warrior paused to reload unless ammunition physically remained upon his armor. Empty weapons were discarded. Stormbolters that had been integral parts of their war gear for centuries were allowed to hang useless beneath wrists, or were torn loose when damage mechanisms obstructed movement. Nemesis weapons came into both hands. Halberds lowered, swords rose, hammers gathered faint halos of psychic light. The Brotherhood crossed the ruined ritual circle as a single shrinking line, no longer attempting to control the battlefield because the battlefield itself had ceased to possess boundaries worth controlling. Ghargatuloth showed them why 300 had been sent. Hundreds of mouths opened across its rising body at the same instant. Some exhaled blue fire. Others emitted sound that bypassed the ear and struck directly into the nervous system, making armor joints lock and vision whiten. Larger Moors spoke single syllables that warped distance around them. One Grey Knight charged across ground that suddenly stretched between steps, his target retreating without moving, while the warrior ran harder and gained nothing. An enormous eye opened above him and contracted. Gravity multiplied. The knight's first knee struck the floor hard enough to crater stone. His other leg buckled. Ceramite screamed as his own armor became weight pressed against him. He forced one hand toward his sword, muscles tearing beneath the strain, but the pressure increased until his breastplate collapsed. Ribs broke inward. Both hearts ruptured. Blood erupted from the grill of his helm and pooled beneath him before the altered gravity flattened even that into a thin red stain. A second warrior disappeared when a vertical tear opened in reality beside him. His psychic presence lasted half a heartbeat beyond his body, then vanished into a region Mandulis refused to name. A third was seized by 3 black tendrils and pulled apart. Arms tore from shoulder sockets, then the torso split through the abdomen. Blood should have fallen. Instead, it streamed upward into Ghargatuloth's mouths. Mandulis did not count the deaths. He established cadence. The surviving Grey Knights had fought beside one another long enough that formal squad structures were unnecessary. He impressed the rhythm through the Brotherhood bond, not words, but intent divided into precise intervals. Strike, open, deepen, withdraw, strike. Every Nemesis weapon became part of the same psychic mechanism. A knight on Mandulis' right attacked a tendril not to sever it, but to force it upward. The brother behind him drove a halberd into the exposed underside. A third discharged psychic force through the existing wound and split the limb from within. Elsewhere, a hammer crushed a cluster of eyes. A sword entered the fracture, and a psi cannon burst struck exactly where the disrupted flesh could no longer regenerate quickly enough. The rhythm repeated: strike, open, deepen. The Grey Knights stopped behaving like 20 individual warriors and became successive stages of one attack. Ghargatuloth's body began losing matter faster than it could reform. Black slabs crashed to the floor. Tendrils withdrew, trailing burning wounds. Mouths that had laughed through bolter impacts began screaming when Nemesis blades reached the warp essence beneath. Ghargatuloth responded by changing sequence. A blow intended for one knight landed upon another several paces away. A mouth opened in the floor behind Martel and spoke the impact before it occurred. Tendrils struck at positions the Grey Knights had not yet occupied. Mandulis adjusted the cadence rather than abandoning it. Do not answer the first threat. Follow the brother before you. Every warrior ceased reacting to his own danger and acted according to the opening created by another. A claw descended toward one Grey Knight's helm. He ignored it and completed his strike against a mouth near the floor. The brother behind him intercepted the claw. Another warrior destroyed the creature, threatening that defender. The chain continued. Individual survival became mechanically irrelevant. The formation lived only so long as each component fulfilled its assigned moment before death. Ghargatuloth understood tactics as information. The Grey Knights answered with trust, enacted faster than analysis. Kemuel reached the end of Purgation Doctrine when his final psi cannon feed entered its weapon. He stood upon a ridge of collapsed stone with one surviving gunner beside him, while a cluster of enormous eyes opened around a fold in Ghargatuloth's central mass. The eyes were not passive organs. Each pupil projected a distortion that bent incoming fire away from the exposed core. Kemuel watched 3 bolter bursts curve into empty air. All remaining psi cannon ammunition, he ordered. The gunner looked at the feed indicator. No reserve. There is no later engagement. Both weapons fired. Sanctified shells struck the distortion together. The first impacts bent. The next slowed visibly in the air. The final bursts punched through. One eye exploded, then another. A third collapsed into its socket, black fluid pouring down the demon's body in sheets. The protective distortion failed. Kemuel's psi cannon clicked empty. He released it immediately. The weapon had ceased to possess tactical value. A fallen Nemesis sword lay beside the corpse of another Grey Knight. Kemuel took it in both hands and descended from the ridge. He joined the melee without ceremony. A demon with a torso of blue flame and limbs formed from hooked bone lunged at him. Kemuel cut one arm away, turned beneath a second and drove the borrowed sword through its chest. The creature died around the blade. Another struck before he could recover. A talon entered above his left shoulder and travelled diagonally through his armour, splitting ceramite down to the abdomen. The front of his cuirass opened. Blood and torn internal tissue spilled through the gap. Part of his intestine dropped across his thigh plate in a wet coil. Kemuel looked down once, caught the exposed organ beneath his forearm, and forced it back against the ruined armour so it would not entangle his legs. He continued fighting. His next strike severed the head from a horror. His next opened a burning cult abomination from throat to groin. A second demon reached him from behind. Its blade entered the existing wound and tore sideways. Kemuel's body folded around the impact. He drove his sword into the attacker even as his knees failed. The demon died first. Kemuel remained conscious long enough to push the weapon toward the nearest brother. Then another talon descended through his neck and chest. The Justicar died without a final word. With him ended organized purgation support upon Corian 9. There was no rear of the formation anymore. Daemons occupied every direction. Horrors crawled from wounds in the floor. Screamers dropped through the storm above. Larger shapes moved between Ghargatuloth's tendrils, like predators sheltering beneath the limbs of a greater beast. The surviving Grey Knights attempted to stand back to back where geometry permitted, but the sanctum changed around them. Stone rose between brothers, floors tilted, distances doubled. A warrior beside Mandulis vanished behind a wall that had not existed a heartbeat earlier. His psychic presence remained close, yet when Mandulis turned, the wall stretched upward without end. The trapped knight fought alone until his presence extinguished. Another pair were separated when a fissure opened between them and filled immediately with grasping hands. One jumped across. The other was dragged downward by his ankle. He severed. The limb caught the edge with both hands and tried to pull himself free. A demon mouth formed in the stone beneath his fingers and bit through them. He fell without a sound. The formation that had begun as 300 Grey Knights was physically coming apart, not through panic or failed discipline, but because Ghargatuloth was changing the meaning of proximity around them. Martel emerged from the ruin with 3 Terminators still following him. Their armor no longer resembled the polished warplate in which they had descended. Most of the sacred script upon Martel's breastplate had been burned away. His left gauntlet hung motionless, servo systems dead from wrist to elbow. Blood had filled his right boot and escaped through the ankle seal with every step. One of the Terminators beside him had lost half his helm and the flesh beneath, exposing teeth through a torn cheek. Another carried a nemesis hammer in one hand because the opposite arm had been reduced to a mangled length of armor hanging from the shoulder. They saw what protected Ghargatuloth's core, a thicket of massive tendrils folding over one another where Mandulis's first wound still burned. Martel reached the Grand Master's psychic presence. Opening required. Yes. Then advance behind us, Martel charged. The remaining Terminators followed. They did not attempt subtlety, because nothing remained to preserve. Martel entered the tendril mass beneath sustained blows that would have destroyed armored vehicles. His functioning hand drove his nemesis blade into one appendage, while the Terminator beside him struck another with a hammer. Psychic force flared across the contact points. A tendril recoiled. Another descended and smashed the injured Terminator flat against the floor. His armor burst at the back, blood spraying from between plates, but the hammer remained embedded in the demon limb and held it down. Martel used the opening. He severed a mouth-lined appendage and forced himself deeper. One of his brothers was wrapped around the torso and lifted. The Terminator fired his remaining Stormbolter rounds directly into the flesh binding him until the weapon emptied, then detonated a sanctified charge against his own breastplate. Brother and tendril vanished together in silver fire. Martel reached the innermost barrier with only one Terminator remaining. Ghargatuloth's tendrils converged upon them. The brother captain caught one strike upon his dead gauntlet and allowed the useless arm to be torn free rather than give ground. Blood poured from the shoulder socket. His final companion planted himself beside him and drove a halberd through 2 overlapping limbs. "Hold," Martel ordered. The brother held. Mandulis came through the gap behind them. Ghargatuloth understood. The tendril mass closed. The last Terminator disappeared beneath black flesh. Martel remained visible for another second, one-armed, armor opened across the ribs, nemesis blade buried to the hilt in the demon. 3 appendages struck him simultaneously. One entered his abdomen. Another punched through the side of his chest. The third closed around his legs and crushed both beneath the knees. Martel did not look toward Mandulis. He spent the last movement of his remaining arm, turning the sword deeper in the wound. The psychic flare forced the tendrils apart one final time. Then the demon pulled him into itself. His presence vanished. Mandulis passed through the space Martel had purchased. Behind him, the last separated squads died badly. Ghargatuloth no longer killed quickly where cruelty could be made useful. Mortally wounded Grey Knights remained alive while the demon pushed visions into them. One saw Titan burning under a sky of Tzeentchian fire. Another saw the names of the dead erased from chapter records, their sacrifice sealed away and forgotten. A third saw mankind, thousands of years later, still losing worlds, still feeding suns into wars without end. Corian 9 reduced to a classified reference no living citizen would ever read. Nothing changes, Ghargatuloth told them. No one knows, no one remembers. Your blood purchases silence. The dying Grey Knights could not always answer aloud. Their psychic response remained clearer. Duty did not require witnesses. Banishment did not require gratitude. One warrior whose spine had been severed continued feeding psychic strength into Mandulis' attack, while Ghargatuloth showed him a false vision of the Emperor's death. His body expired before his contribution ceased. Mandulis never demanded vengeance. He never told Ghargatuloth that it would pay for Ganelon, Malkiant, Kemuel, Justinian, Martel, or the hundreds already dead. Hatred would have been another relationship with the enemy, another piece of meaning Ghargatuloth could manipulate. The Grand Master treated the demon as he would a target marked for annihilation. Lower core exposed. Concentrate left of the first wound. Psychic cadence maintained. Do not engage secondary manifestations unless they obstruct. His voice remained calm while another brother was pulled apart within sight of him. Strike! Nemesis blades entered. Withdraw! A tendril crushed one attacker. Strike again! The surviving knights obeyed. Ghargatuloth screamed. Mandulis issued corrections. Eventually, there were 7. Mandulis felt the number without counting. 6 brothers remained around him, all wounded. One possessed only his right arm, the left having been severed close to the shoulder and sealed beneath a field dressing dark with blood. Another's breastplate had been torn open so deeply that each breath moved exposed tissue beneath the shattered ceramite. 2 had empty storm bolters. Another possessed 3 rounds, but no functioning targeting system. The 6th walked with one leg locked rigid by damaged armor. None retained an intact Aegis lattice. Together, however, their psychic presence still formed a pattern. They understood the sword before Mandulis spoke. The lightning-shaped nemesis blade remained marked by the wound it had inflicted upon Ghargatuloth. Psychic resonance travelled through it differently now. The weapon had become a root, a sympathetic injury connecting material flesh to the warp essence beneath. One Grey Knight extended his mind toward it, then another. The 6 formed around Mandulis in a broken ring. Their psychic force moved inward, not yet released, but gathered. Every one of them recognized what the formation required. They were not preparing an attack from which 7 warriors would emerge. They were constructing a weapon whose components happened to be alive. Ghargatuloth drew back. The black pillar convulsed. Thousands of mouths closed. From the center of the wounded mass, flesh pushed outward and formed a single human face of impossible size. Mandulis looked upon himself. The demon had copied him perfectly. Every scar, every line of age, every trace of exhaustion. The gigantic mouth opened, and Mandulis' own voice rolled through the sanctum. I know the first name they took from you. I know the world beneath your first sky. I know the hands that held you before Titan remade you. I know the boy who existed before Mandulis. Shall I return him to you?" For the first time, the 6 Grey Knights around him felt something change in the Grand Master's psychic presence. Not temptation, recognition. Ghargatuloth believed identity was accumulation. A name, a birthplace, a father, a memory, a record stored somewhere in flesh, archive, or warp. Possess enough information and the person could be reconstructed, predicted, manipulated. Mandulis looked at his own counterfeit face and understood the demon's error. The boy was information. Mandulis was choice. The Grey Knights had not been built merely from what had happened to them. They had been built from everything they had consented to become. Every oath repeated after memory failed. Every act of obedience chosen when death offered an easier conclusion. Every brother who had walked knowingly into destruction because the mission required another minute. The Prince of 1,000 Faces knew their pasts. It had never understood their purpose. Mandulis raised the lightning-shaped sword. 6 wounded Grey Knights tightened the circle around him. The gigantic face smiled with Mandulis's mouth. The Grand Master gave the final 7 their order. Forward. 7 Grey Knights crossed the ruin of the inner sanctum, and the war around them seemed to recede, not because it had diminished, but because Ghargatuloth's presence had grown too vast for anything else to possess significance. Beneath their boots lay the accumulated refuse of the campaign. Ruptured cult bodies ground into black stone, strips of scorched flesh hanging from broken ritual structures. Demon residue evaporating in coloured vapours, shattered stormbolter housings, fragments of silver, ceramite, severed gauntlets still gripping nemesis weapons, and pieces of brothers whose bodies could no longer be distinguished from the enemies that had killed them. Beyond the chamber, Corion 9 continued to convulse beneath a planetary war. But here, the thunder of distant collapse became muted beneath psychic pressure so intense that Mandulis felt each beat of his heart as an act performed against resistance. The 6 warriors around him existed within his awareness, with painful clarity. One had only a single arm. Another's ruined breastplate exposed flesh and the rhythmic movement of a punctured lung. A third had suffered internal hemorrhaging, severe enough that his secondary heart was already failing. The others carried wounds measured not in pain, but in remaining function. Through the crippled remnants of their interconnected Aegis fields, each brother knew what the others knew. They knew who could still run, who could still strike, who possessed enough psychic strength for one final discharge, and whose life was now counted in heartbeats rather than minutes. There was no concealment between them, because there was no future in which concealment would matter. Mandulis placed himself at the center of the formation. The 6 moved around him without spoken instruction, taking positions defined less by physical geometry than by psychic relationship. 2 stood forward and outward, forcing their weakened Aegis fields into opposing vectors. 2 guarded the rearward angles. The remaining pair linked the pattern laterally so that every fragment of disciplined will fed toward the lightning-shaped nemesis sword in Mandulis's hand. It was not a battle formation in any codex sense. It was a banishment sigil given legs, armor, and weapons. Each Grey Knight remained capable of killing independently, but independent killing no longer served the objective. Their purpose was to compress the demon's material manifestation, deny its essence routes of escape, and drive what could be forced into coherence toward Mandulis's blade. The sword still carried the psychic scar of its first true wound upon Ghargatuloth. Mandulis could feel the connection as a vibration in his bones. "Maintain convergence," he said. "Do not pursue secondary targets. Every strike inward. The one-armed brother answered, "By your will." Another said, "The blade is the axis." Mandulis felt agreement pass through the remaining minds. 300 Grey Knights had descended as an army. 7 now advanced as a ritual. Ghargatuloth did not attack their bodies at first. The Prince of 1,000 Faces attacked the premise upon which they continued moving. The black pillar opened thousands of eyes, and each surviving knight received a different future. Mandulis saw Titan unbroken beneath the pale light of Saturn, its halls filled with Grey Knights whose gene seed had never been lost upon Corian 9. Another warrior saw himself elevated to Grand Master after Mandulis's death, commanding centuries of victories against the demon. The one-armed brother saw his missing limb restored and his armor whole, standing before a kneeling company of warriors upon a liberated world. Another saw the Emperor rise from the golden throne in blinding radiance while every demon in the galaxy screamed itself into nothing. Another saw humanity triumphant, the eye of terror sealed, the warp quiet, mankind's scattered worlds reunited beneath banners unstained by defeat. Ghargatuloth whispered a different condition into every vision, but each condition was almost trivial. Break formation, 3 steps to the left, lower the ward, turn the sword away, abandon Mandulis for 7 heartbeats. So little, the demon said through voices selected precisely for each man, a moment purchased against eternity. None moved. The visions changed. Hope became annihilation. Titan burned. The Emperor's corpse finally rotted upon the throne. Grey Knights were exterminated to the last gene seed vault. Humanity died screaming beneath alien suns. Corian 9's sacrifice achieved nothing. "You die for failure," Ghargatuloth told them. Still none moved. Hope could not command them. Despair could not command them. Duty had reduced both to irrelevant information. The first brother died when the formation crossed the next ritual circle. Ghargatuloth's body contracted, and a tendril erupted from beneath the ground so quickly that even Astarte's reflexes could not evade it. The more appendage entered beneath the Grey Knight's lower breastplate and punched out between his shoulder blades, carrying blood, broken fragments of vertebrae, and pieces of lung with it. The force lifted him completely from the floor. His legs kicked once. Mandulis felt the formation begin to distort as the warrior's physical position was ripped away from its appointed vector. The impaled knight could have attempted to cut himself free. His nemesis sword remained in his hand. Instead, he released the weapon. Both gauntlets locked around the tendril not to remove it, but to stabilize himself long enough to maintain psychic contact. "Convergence holds," he said, though blood filled his mouth and turned the words wet. Ghargatuloth pulled harder. The tendril split the wound wider. Ribs tore free from the spine. The Grey Knight's abdomen opened beneath the pressure, loops of intestine dropping across his legs while blood fell in heavy streams. He did not break the link. He poured everything remaining through it. Mandulis felt the surge enter the pattern, pass through the other 5, and strike the nemesis sword. The blade brightened. Ghargatuloth tore the knight completely in half. His upper body vanished into the mass of black flesh. His lower half struck the ground behind them. His psychic presence remained for one final instant after physical death, and in that instant, the surviving 6 advanced several meters. Ghargatuloth created the wall of fire before them. It rose from the floor to the unseen roof, a sheet of warp fire so dense that the stone beneath it liquefied and ran in glowing streams. Faces formed inside the flames, screaming prophecies in voices belonging to men who had been dead for millennia. The temperature struck the formation even through power armor. Warding script began glowing across damaged ceramite. Mandulis felt the two forward brothers understand the requirement before he gave it. "Open the passage," he ordered. They stepped ahead together. Their Aegis wards flared as they entered the fire. The first layer of silver plate blackened within seconds. Sacred inscriptions burned white, then vanished beneath char. One warrior's helm lenses melted and ran down his faceplate. The other's left pauldron split from heat, exposing flesh that blistered immediately beneath the flame. Neither stopped. They moved farther apart, dragging their psychic vectors outward and forcing the warp fire to bend around the corridor between them. Mandulis advanced into the space their suffering created. The smell of cooked flesh reached him despite his damaged filters. One brother's armor burst along the abdomen and released a gush of steaming blood. The second remained upright after the flesh of his face had cooked against the inside of his helm. "Proceed," he managed. Mandulis passed between them. Their bodies collapsed almost together, still burning. The wall snapped closed behind him. 4 grey knights remained. Ghargatuloth screamed from thousands of mouths. The sound had changed. It no longer contained amusement. The enormous physical shell surrounding the prince was breaking apart around the injuries already driven into it. Cracks opened through black flesh and remained open instead of healing. Eyes burst from pressure without being struck, each rupture spraying dark fluid across the chamber. Mouths contradicted one another in frantic succession. "You have failed. You have already won." The blade breaks. The blade endures. Mandulis dies before the 9th step. Mandulis never existed. Information had become noise beneath the strain of the Grey Knight's counterworking. The necropolis itself could no longer contain the contradiction. Walls folded inward and then recoiled. Pillars melted into flesh before becoming stone again. Sections of floor rose vertically and shattered. Far above, the storm ceiling descended in spirals of violet lightning, while fragments of architecture fell upward into it. Ghargatuloth's material mass existed too strongly for the weakening boundaries of reality, while the Grey Knight's psychic pressure denied it the freedom to return fully to the warp. The prince was trapped between states, and the sanctuary was tearing itself apart around the conflict. One of the remaining 3 brothers around Mandulis saw the largest appendage descend before Mandulis did. It was thicker than the body of a land raider, an arm of black muscle covered in nested mouths, and it swept toward the Grand Master with enough force to crush everything within its path. The warrior stepped into it. His nemesis halberd entered the limb at an angle and bit deep enough to expose pale structures beneath the black flesh. He did not attempt to withdraw the blade. Instead, he planted one boot against the weapon's haft, took it in both hands, and emptied his remaining psychic strength through the steel. Silver light spread from the wound. Ghargatuloth's appendage convulsed and became fully material around the halberd. Its impossible warp state forced into flesh for the duration of the binding. "Go," the Grey Knight ordered. Mandulis did. The appendage came down upon its captor. The first impact drove the warrior to one knee and shattered the stone beneath him. The second collapsed his breastplate. Ceramite folded inward around his ribs. Blood erupted from his grill. Still, he held the halberd. The third impact flattened him completely. Armor broke open. The body inside became pulp beneath tons of demon flesh, blood and tissue spreading from beneath the limb in a red-black fan. The nemesis weapon remained embedded after the man holding it had ceased to possess recognizable anatomy. For another heartbeat, the psychic binding held. 3 were left. Mandulis and two brothers reached the lower mass of Ghargatuloth, while the entire chamber died around them. One brother's locked leg finally failed when the floor broke beneath him. He fell hard, the damaged armor twisting the limb backward until bone punched through the greave. A pack of horrors emerged from a rent behind them. Mandulis did not turn. The fallen knight did. "Maintain the axis," he said. He tore the useless stormbolter from his wrist and took his nemesis sword in both hands. He could not stand. He did not need to. The first horror reached him and lost its legs to a horizontal cut. The second buried claws in his shoulder. He killed it. More came. His psychic presence remained part of the formation, while his body disappeared beneath them. Mandulis felt each wound as distortion through the bond. Talons entering the abdomen, teeth closing around the neck seal, warp fire touching exposed flesh. The brother never asked for aid. His last coherent thought was not a farewell but a correction. A minute shift of psychic pressure that aligned Mandulis more precisely with the wound in Ghargatuloth's core. Then his presence vanished. Two remained. The final grey knight beside Mandulis was the one whose breastplate had been open since the previous assault. He should already have been dead. Blood covered the front of his armor from throat to waist. Beneath cracked ceramite, Mandulis could see the wet movement of organs whenever the brother breathed. Ghargatuloth saw him too. A thin appendage, deceptively small compared with the great limb surrounding it, shot from the pillar and entered the knight's existing wound. It tore through his body from abdomen to shoulder, opening him completely. The front of the warrior came apart. Intestines and sections of lungs spilled over the tendril. One of his hearts landed against the inside of broken armor and continued beating for several seconds. Ghargatuloth attempted to fling the corpse away. The Grey Knight closed both hands around the appendage. He would not release it. The tendril pulled. His body tore farther open, ribs separating from the sternum. He tightened his grip. Psychic force traveled from his mind through his gauntlets into the limb and anchored it in material reality. Ghargatuloth screamed. Mandulis passed beside him. There was no exchange of names, no blessing, no promise to remember. The brother had created an opening. Mandulis used it. That was the completion of their bond. The dying warrior's arms remained locked around the tendril even after his head fell backward and his eyes ceased responding. His psychic presence held for 3 more steps. Then Mandulis was alone. The fact entered him without drama. No answer remained within the brotherhood bond. Ganelon was gone. Malquiant was gone. Martel, Shemuel, Justinian, and every brother who had descended with them existed now only as absence surrounding his own mind. 300 had become one. Mandulis's armor was barely armor anymore. The left side of his torso had lost entire plates. His right leg responded to movement only because he forced damaged servos and damaged flesh to obey together. Blood ran from his abdomen, thigh, and mouth. One heartbeat irregularly. His remaining lung function rasped against cracked ribs. He knew with clinical certainty that no apothecary could have returned him to battle condition, even if one had stood beside him. None did. Ghargatuloth's core opened ahead. It was not a heart. No mortal anatomy could name it. It appeared as an immense cavity within the black pillar, layered with rotating rings of eyes and teeth surrounding a depth of blue-black fire. Within that fire, Mandulis sensed the demon's true presence, not entirely contained there, but connected strongly enough that the scar in his nemesis sword answered like a lodestone pulled toward iron. He reached it. Ghargatuloth struck him with psychic force. Mandulis's left arm stopped working. Blood flooded his vision. He kept moving. A mouth the size of a fortress gate opened above him, and spoke in Ganelon's voice. "Enough." Another used Malkiance. "The mission is concluded," Martel's voice followed. "Withdraw, Grandmaster." Kemwell. "No ammunition remains." Then hundreds of dead brothers spoke together. "Mandulis." He raised the sword. Ghargatuloth changed from command to bargaining. "I know the routes beyond this world. I know wars not yet fought. I know where Titan dies. I know the names of traitors who have not yet betrayed you. Spare one moment, and I will give you a millennium." Mandulis drove the lightning-shaped blade into the core. The sword entered to the guard. Everything the Seven had built collapsed inward through him. Their psychic vectors had not vanished completely when their bodies died. Fragments of disciplined force remained in the pattern, impressions left upon Mandulis's mind and weapon by warriors who had spent themselves knowingly. Mandulis opened every remaining defense within himself and drew that accumulated pressure through the Nemesis blade. His nervous system ignited with pain. Blood vessels burst beneath his skin. The sword became white. Ghargatuloth screamed. The core contracted around the weapon. Black flesh began folding inward across the entire pillar. Tendrils slammed against the floor and thrashed without direction. Eyes ruptured by the thousand. Mouths tore apart while attempting to speak faster than material anatomy permitted. The prince tried threat. "I will return." Mandulis forced more power through the blade. The prince tried mockery. 300 lives for one delay. Mandulis did not answer. It tried prophecy. "Your Imperium dies regardless." He did not answer. It begged in the voice of a frightened child. It commanded in Ganelon's voice. It cursed him in Malquiance. It used Mandulis's own voice and called him by the mortal name no living brother knew. Mandulis said nothing. Conversation had never been the objective. Banishment was. The black pillar ruptured from within. A line of silver light tore upward through it, then divided into thousands of fractures. Eyes burst. Mouths split from lip to throat. Vast sections of flesh collapsed into lightless fire that burned without illumination. Ghargatuloth's material body began being dragged inward toward a point around Mandulis's sword, kilometers of impossible anatomy compressing against the laws of real space. The screaming ceased to resemble sound and became psychic violence felt across Corion 9. Demons throughout the necropolis convulsed. Screamers fell from the sky. Horrors collapsed into incoherent flame. The storm above the central continent twisted backward upon itself. Mandulis held the sword with both hands, though one arm no longer possessed sensation. "By the Emperor's will," he finally said, blood spilling from his mouth with the words, "Be gone." Ghargatuloth vanished. The final collapse made no explosion. One instant, the Prince of 1,000 Faces occupied the sanctum like a living mountain. The next, there was only emptiness, falling black ash, and a wound in reality, sealing itself around silver light. Silence reached Corion 9. Mandulis remained standing for 3 heartbeats. On the 4th, his legs failed. He fell beside the lightning-shaped sword, one gauntlet still closed around its hilt. He was alive. Only just. Silence came to Corion 9 like another weapon. For the first time since the Grey Knights had broken atmosphere, there were no demonic shrieks rolling across the barrows, no laughter issuing from mouths buried beneath the soil, no horrors gibbering in corridors that should not have existed, no screamers cutting circles through a sky turned inside out by the warp. The silence was so complete that Mandulis heard pieces of the necropolis falling around him. Stone cracked. Black flesh detached from ruined walls and struck the ground with wet impacts. Somewhere in the distance, one of the immense ritual towers folded inward and collapsed without the accompaniment of sorcerous thunder, its death reduced to the simple groan of tortured masonry. The warp storm above the shattered sanctum had begun to unmake itself. Violet clouds unraveled into ordinary darkness. Lightning ceased travelling upward. Demonic remains lost the unnatural conviction that had sustained them. Some evaporated into foul vapour. Others sloughed into heaps of colourless tissue that immediately began to rot. The great wounds Ghargatuloth had cut into reality closed like cauterized flesh, leaving nothing behind but scorched stone and the stink of ozone. Mandulis lay upon that stone with one hand locked around the hilt of his lightning-shaped nemesis sword and understood that the battle was over. The mission was not. His first attempt to stand failed. The servos in his right leg responded too late, and the remaining muscles beneath them had insufficient strength to support the armor. He fell to one knee, then forward, catching himself with his functioning arm before his face struck the floor. Blood dripped steadily from his grill. Each breath came shallow and wet. One heart beat erratically. The other had begun to slow. Internal diagnostics might have told him more, but he had blacked most of his armor systems hours before, and what remained of the machine spirit could produce little beyond intermittent warnings. Mandulis did not need them. He knew what was failing. He had spent long enough within his own altered body to recognize death when it began closing its hand around his organs. He dragged himself forward. The nemesis sword scraped behind him, its blade blackened from Ghargatuloth's substance but intact. His storm bolter hung empty beneath his wrist. He passed the body of a grey knight, whose armor had been crushed so completely that no recognizable shape remained inside it. A few meters farther on lay another severed gauntlet still clutching the broken haft of a force weapon. Mandulis did not stop. 299 brothers had already completed their duties. His remained unfinished. The communications node stood beneath the ruins of what had once been a ritual gallery. It was not imperial in construction, but fragments of imperial equipment had accumulated around it during the fighting. A shattered helm, sections of power cabling, a cracked teleport homer, the remains of a portable Vox unit carried by one of Justinian's warriors. Mandulis reached the debris by crawling. His left arm had ceased responding entirely. With his right hand, he tore the Vox casing open and exposed its damaged circuitry. He pulled cable from the shattered helm, stripped insulation with the edge of his sword, and connected the line to the remains of his own armor's transmitter. His gauntlet shook as he worked. The tremor was not fear. Blood pressure was falling. Muscular control was failing. Several times his fingers closed too slowly around the components, and small pieces dropped from his hand. Each time he retrieved them. The transmission did not need range. It needed only to rise far enough through the clearing psychic interference to be detected by something in orbit. The first burst produced static. The second generated a carrier tone and nothing more. On the third attempt, Mandulis forced power through damaged systems until smoke curled from the exposed components. "Ordo Malleus command," he said. His voice came out low and distorted. "This is Grand Master Mandulis of the Grey Knights. Authentication follows." He recited the surviving elements of his command identity, omitting every sequence Ghargatuloth had compromised and replacing them with psychic confirmation phrases agreed before descent. His mouth filled with blood midway through the final formula. He swallowed and continued. Primary objective complete. Entity identified as Ghargatuloth. Material manifestation destroyed. Demon banished. Repeat. Ghargatuloth banished. He paused long enough to draw breath. Grey Knight's loss is catastrophic. No coherent force remains. Confirm receipt. For several seconds there was nothing. Then a broken voice answered through the jury-rigged speaker. Surface transmitter. Repeat identity. Mandulis closed his eyes once, not from relief, from exhaustion. He repeated it. High above Corion 9, the surviving vessels of the Ordo Malleus battle group treated the transmission as hostile until proven otherwise. The command decks had learned too much about certainty during the campaign. Ghargatuloth had spoken with the voices of Grand Masters. It had copied authentication codes, corrupted cogitators, manufactured orders, and reached into sealed records that should have remained inaccessible even to most inquisitors. No surviving officer trusted a voice because it sounded like Mandulis. The fleet compared the transmission against pre-arranged psychic countersigns. Astropaths examined the imprint upon the signal while shielded by wards and sanctioned choirs. Tech priests isolated every machine touched by the incoming data. An inquisitor ordered the message copied onto sacrificial memory cores, each one physically destroyed after examination, so that no possible fragment of demonic corruption survived unnecessarily. Even then, confirmation remained uncertain. The world itself provided the final evidence. Augurs that had returned meaningless corruption for hours began resolving ordinary geological masses. The continental storms collapsed. Atmospheric distortion receded. The pillar-shaped cloud over the central necropolis broke apart from top to bottom. Demonic signatures disappeared from Auspex faster than operators could mark them. Entire concentrations numbering beyond practical enumeration ceased to exist between one sweep and the next. The psychic pressure surrounding Corion 9 dropped so abruptly that sanctioned psychers aboard 3 different vessels suffered unconsciousness when the burden against which they had been bracing simply vanished. The Ordo Malleus compared the collapse to Mandulis' transmission time. The conclusion became acceptable, not safe. Acceptable. A recovery force descended. They did not come as rescuers. They came as witnesses, armourers, apothecaries, and sanctioned executioners prepared to destroy whatever they found if contamination remained. Thunderhawks penetrated the thinning clouds under heavy warding. Their pilots avoided the central crater until Auspex had confirmed that the geometry of the ground remained physically stable. Grey Knights were too rare to waste after victory, yet even rarity did not supersede containment. The first teams landed in ruins that bore almost no resemblance to the tactical charts recorded before planetfall. Valleys had become chasms. Barrows had been inverted. Portions of the necropolis existed hundreds of meters above their original elevation, while others had vanished into depths that instruments could not measure. The recovery warriors moved through it under weapons-ready discipline. They found evidence of the campaign everywhere and bodies almost nowhere. Kilometers of passages had been painted with residue from destroyed demons. Sacrificial chambers had been burned white by psychic discharge. Whole walls carried the impressions of Aegis wards where Grey Knights had held positions long enough to alter the stone. Here lay a shattered pauldron bearing the heraldry of Ganelon's Brotherhood. There lay a bent Nemesis halberd, half buried beneath fused rock. Farther on, an apothecary found gene seed tissue sealed inside a damaged receptacle and placed it into a sanctified reliquary without speaking. They recovered ammunition magazines still bearing the handling marks of dead warriors, fragments of armor blackened by warp fire. One entire storm bolter fused around an arm that no longer remained attached to a body. Most of the dead had been erased by the manner of their deaths. Warp translation had swallowed some. Psychic explosions had obliterated others. Demons had torn warriors into pieces too small to identify. The destruction of the western and southern nexuses had annihilated entire battlefields. In places, the recovery force found black silhouettes burned into stone where silver-armored bodies had ceased to exist. The absence became more oppressive than corpses would have been. 3 complete brotherhoods had descended. There should have been 300 dead to recover. There were not. The apothecaries followed the residual psychic scar left by the final banishment until they reached the remains of the sanctum. There they found Mandulis. He was still alive, barely. His sword lay beside him. One gauntlet had never released the hilt. His armor had failed almost completely. Its silver surface burned grey and black, devotional script cracked through by physical damage. The left side of his torso was exposed beneath shattered plate. Blood had dried across the stone around him in a dark field. The improvised transmitter still emitted a weak carrier pulse. Mandulis opened his eyes when the first recovery knight approached. Grandmaster. Mandulis looked at him for several seconds before recognition became visible. Confirmation received? He asked. Yes. Banishment verified. Verified. Mandulis's eyes closed again. The apothecary knelt and began examining the injuries. One glance was enough. A lesser physician might have attempted intervention out of instinct. The Grey Knight understood the distinction between preserving life and delaying death. Both hearts were failing. One lung had collapsed entirely. Several major organs had ruptured. Psychic overstrain had caused hemorrhaging throughout the nervous system. Combat stimulants might have prolonged consciousness for minutes. They could not restore what remained. Mandulis opened his eyes. Do not spend resources. The apothecary's hands stopped. Grand Master, that is an order. The apothecary inclined his helm. Mandulis looked past him toward the ruined chamber. Nothing moved there except falling ash. He did not ask how many brothers had survived because he already knew. He did not speak Ganelon's name. He did not speak Malkiant's. He did not list the dead. 299 men had been spent to create the single outcome now confirmed in orbit. Ghargatuloth was gone. Mandulis drew one more breath. The world? Condemnation protocols have begun. Good. That was his final judgment upon Corian 9. His remaining heart stopped several seconds later. The apothecary waited until every sign of life had ended, then placed one gauntlet against Mandulis's breastplate. Duty completed, he said. Mandulis died as Grand Master of the Grey Knights, not as survivor. There were no survivors. His body became the only complete Grey Knight corpse recovered from Corian 9. The search continued because discipline required it, though every passing minute increased the risk of residual contamination. Recovery teams moved through the necropolis and outer barrows until the Ordo Malleus declared the permitted window nearly exhausted. They retrieved sacred weapons where identification remained possible. Gene seed remnants were catalogued and sealed. Armor fragments bearing intact wards were removed. Every object suspected of warp corruption was destroyed where it lay. They found no intact body belonging to Ganelon, none belonging to Malkiant. Martel remained somewhere inside the collapsed inner sanctum. Kemuel could not be reconstructed from the remains around the last purgation position. Justinian's final battlefield had been swallowed by the necropolis when Ghargatuloth tore itself free. Most names could be matched only to absence. Eventually the order came. Recovery complete. Withdraw. The Thunderhawks climbed from Corian 9 carrying relics, sealed gene seed, fragments of armor, and one funerary reliquary. One body. The Ordo Malleus began the second judgment immediately. No serious voice argued for preservation. Corian 9 had ceased to possess strategic value beyond the danger encoded into every stone. Its barrow network had functioned as a planetary summoning architecture. Its surface had absorbed sacrifice on a scale no human reclamation effort could sanctify. The surviving information concerning Ghargatuloth was itself treated as potentially infectious, copied only under the strictest demonological protocols, and distributed no farther than necessity demanded. Study offered knowledge. Knowledge had been the demon's chosen road. The conclusion was therefore simple. The world would die. Exterminatus authorization moved through sealed channels. No speech accompanied it. No officer invoked vengeance. The Imperium did not destroy Corian 9 because 300 Grey Knights had died upon it. Their deaths were irrelevant to the judgment, except as proof of contamination severity. The planet was destroyed because leaving it intact offered risk without corresponding value. The battle group withdrew beyond the terminal engagement envelope. Sanctioned ordnance descended. From orbit, Corian 9's death began as points of light. Then the light spread. Continents vanished beneath expanding fire. Ritual valleys that had consumed untold lives disappeared in seconds. Barrow complexes older than surviving imperial records were pulverized beneath energies intended not to conquer, but to erase. Mountain ranges broke open. Great fractures traveled across the crust, intersecting in glowing lines where magma reached the surface. The central necropolis disappeared inside a bloom large enough to be observed from every vessel in the battle group. Whatever remnants of Ghargatuloth's physical works had survived the banishment were reduced first to molten ruin, then to fragments, then to nothing that could sustain purpose. No one cheered. The Imperium watched a dead world become deader. Mandulis left the system aboard a strike cruiser in a sealed funerary reliquary guarded more heavily than some living commanders. His armor remained with him where it could be safely preserved. The lightning-shaped Nemesis sword was secured separately within layered wards, not as a trophy, but as a weapon that had physically touched the essence of a demon prince, and therefore required reverence equal to suspicion. The formal record of the campaign began taking shape behind inquisitorial seals. 300 names were entered. Ganelon received honours despite the absence of remains. Malkiant received the same. Brother captains, justicars, purgators, terminators, and strike brethren followed in ordered procession through the archive. Casualty classifications offered none of them rescue through language. Killed in action, body unrecovered, warp loss, annihilated during banishment event, gene seed unavailable. The files were sealed, then sealed again. The citizens of worlds whose skies would never darken beneath Ghargatuloth's armies were not told why those skies remained clear. Governors continued issuing decrees. Factorums continued devouring generations of workers. Regiments continued boarding transports for wars whose causes their soldiers barely understood. Priests continued promising that vigilance preserved mankind from darkness without knowing the names of those who had paid the most recent price. 300 of humanity's rarest warriors had vanished to save an Imperium that would never know the battle occurred. That was not injustice, it was secrecy. And secrecy was another weapon. Far from Corian 9, in an archival vault where no natural light had entered for centuries, a machine recorded the final classification of the campaign. The cogitator was isolated from open networks. Its memory had been sanctified. Its operators had been screened. The transcription concerning Ghargatuloth contained only those facts the Ordo Malleus considered necessary for future reference. Entity banished. Mandulis deceased. Corian 9 destroyed. Projected period before possible return, 1 millennium. The final line stabilized upon the display. An adept verified it. The file sealed. for less than a heartbeat. After the man's eyes had moved away, one character changed. Then another. The machine reported no error. No alarm sounded. Somewhere beyond matter, beyond the reach of guns and fleets and sanctified blades, something that had worn 1,000 faces remembered that information did not require flesh. Ghargatuloth had been banished. The Grey Knights had won. All 300 were dead. Mankind had purchased 1,000 years. In the 41st millennium, that passed for victory.